never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Looks like it is that time already. We cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. We will work our way time zone to time zone into a Friday. There you go. 27th day of August. Final preparations for the weekend. I tell you what, there are going to be a lot of people along the Gulf Coast changing plans this weekend, whereas they may have had plans for some fun in the sun, outdoor activities, whatever it might be. Those are all going to change because they're going to be most likely making preparations potentially for, this is the first time we've said this year, potentially a major hurricane. Things appear that they're about to get real along the Gulf Coast. From the Florida Panhandle to maybe all the way over to eastern Texas, somewhere in between, forecasters tell us they anticipate, which came together this past afternoon, they anticipate Ida is at some point probably going to become a hurricane early Saturday and then go through a period of rapid intensification, potentially being, again, major hurricane when it makes landfall. Looks like models are currently leaning towards somewhere along the Louisiana coast, in the cone of uncertainty right now. You see maybe like New Orleans, kind of dead center possibility. I believe this is right about the time of the 16th anniversary of Katrina. And we all know the devastation that occurred with that particular storm. Let's begin right there. We'll get to some of the other weather issues around the country. We do have some clusters of thunderstorms, which are, even at this late hour, producing severe thunderstorms through parts of Wisconsin, Iowa, Nebraska, South Dakota. Again, all separate areas. Many of these are supercells, just isolated thunderstorms. Again, some of these bringing golf ball size hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. We'll break that all down for you coming up momentarily. Ida is the top concern, forming this past afternoon. Forecasters said it was becoming much more likely that parts of the central Gulf Coast need to begin preparations for a strike from a major hurricane late Sunday or early Monday. That's what I mean about weekend plans are going to change because people are going to be boarding up, battening down the hatches. Haven't had a major hurricane strike yet this year. Ida becomes the 9th named storm of the Atlantic season. Forecasters have been monitoring since early this week. It was a kind of a disorganized cluster of showers and thunderstorms that strengthened quickly this past afternoon after it was designated Tropical Depression 9 just before the noon hour. As the depression was gathering strength over the Caribbean, south of Jamaica, hurricane hunters from the Air Force were sent in to investigate the growing storm. Though poor weather briefly caused the mission to be delayed, tropical storm warnings have been issued for the Cayman Islands as well as parts of Cuba. This evening, the storm moving to the northwest at a speed of 13 miles per hour. Maximum sustained winds at 40 miles per hour. About 120 miles west of Negril, Jamaica. 115 miles southeast of Grand Cayman Island. So the latest forecast indicates a scenario in which the storm continues to increase in strength, taking a path into the central Gulf of Mexico. That's now more likely than had been discussed earlier this week. The chances for Ida to make landfall in southern Mexico were dimming, with a greater focus now being on parts of the western and central Gulf Coast of the USA. Area of high pressure near the Carolina coast is going to weaken just enough to allow the storm to move more northwest into the U.S. The remaining circulation around that high is likely to be enough to keep the storm moving along while over the Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico. Projected to slice across the warm waters of the Gulf, where rapid intensification is possible, as has been the case with several notorious storms in recent years, such as Michael in 2018 that struck the Florida Panhandle. You had Hurricane Laura last year that slammed southwestern Louisiana. All right, there have been 5 named systems that have reached land in the U.S. so far this season, but none were hurricanes at the time of landfall. Forecasters are warning residents and businesses from the Texas coast to Louisiana and the panhandles of Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, as well as fishing and petroleum operations to monitor this system closely. This is a developing situation. There may be little time to prepare. Once this system forms, it's going to begin a definitive path and strengthen rapidly along the way. Seas are expected to build outward from the south central Gulf to the northwest, north central and northeastern portions of the Gulf Coast, as well as the offshore waters beginning Saturday. Depending on the exact track and size, strength of the storm, conditions could deteriorate rapidly. The first rain bands may arrive along portions of the central Gulf Coast as early as Saturday night or early Sunday morning. Now, this is going to be a slam-bam, quick developing system. Now, the system of interest, a broad area of showers and thunderstorms as of early Thursday morning. However, satellite images revealed a steady uptick in showers and storms over the Caribbean since the start of the week. It was upgraded to Tropical Depression 9 around noon, and wind shear dry air on the one side of the system was still inhibiting development early Thursday. That all began to change as we moved into the afternoon. The atmospheric environment is going to rapidly become more conducive for this system to organize and strengthen. You've got the sea surface temperatures in the northwestern Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico that are warm enough to raid in an rapid intensification. Unfortunately, it just seems like it's making a beeline toward the Louisiana coast, according to AccuWeather's chief meteorologist, Bernie Rayno. Cautioning that the system hadn't formed yet early on Thursday, so the path is still a bit uncertain. While in the Gulf this weekend, additional rapid strengthening is likely. The potential for this system to become not only a hurricane, but perhaps the second major hurricane. That's Category 3 or higher. A major hurricane would have sustained winds of 111 miles per hour or greater. Now, thus far, Grace was the only hurricane to reach Category 3. Maximum sustained winds reached 125 miles per hour just before striking Mexico last weekend. Now, parts of the U.S. are already anticipating the potentially destructive landfall of Ida. Already, Louisiana's governor has declared a state of emergency in that state. The time to prepare is now, he says. The Gulf is absolutely ripe in terms of conditions for rapid intensification of this storm. How quickly the system ramps up, that's going to be a determining factor where it makes landfall. After watching how the system behaves in the northwestern Caribbean, their forecasters will be able to see a clearer picture of where it may make landfall in the Gulf Coast, and whether the timing was going to be later Sunday or into the early hours of Monday. Near where the center of this storm moves ashore, they're anticipating winds of 115 to 120 miles per hour, gusts possibly to 130. In terms of rain, 4 to 8 inches is forecast at this point along the path of that storm near the Gulf Coast, with locally higher amounts if the storm maintains a steady forward speed. Should the storm's progress slow down over the southern U.S., we could then see much heavier rainfall totals. We could potentially be looking at 20 inches of rain over the course of several days. Louisiana may end up in the crosshairs of this budding tropical system, heavily targeted by direct strikes last year. Recall we had I believe we had 3 hurricanes come ashore in Louisiana last year. It was just a horrible season, dealing at the same time with the COVID pandemic. Now, through late August, 4 tropical storms. We've seen Danny, Elsa, Fred, and Henri that have made landfall on U.S. soil. Of course, it was Claudette that impacted back in June. So really, like I said, things are potentially about to get real. Now, already, I'll just give you a heads-up advice how much impact this might have on Gulf oil operations. What might that translate to as far as prices at the pump around the country? Now, we do know already, we've seen the announcement this past day, upstream producers have already begun moving non-essential crudes from oil and gas platforms in the Gulf. Shell has said they've shut in production at its Stones field as it prepares to detach the production vessel from its buoy and move it to a safer location. Chevron is moving non-essential crudes from their operated facilities, the company said in a statement. Although they added production at the installations, remained at normal levels right now. At our onshore locations, we're following our storm preparedness procedures, paying close attention to the forecast and track of this system. Although Chevron did not specifically name the platforms that they're evacuating crews from, they have several major fields that could be in or near the projected path of this. These include Tahiti, Blind Faith, Jack St. Malo, and Bigfoot. Chevron's also developing the Anchor project, which is also potentially in the storm's path. Murphy Oil, which has several platforms in the central Gulf region, is making arrangements to evacuate non-essential personnel from them. Shell has also begun evacuating non-essential personnel from the U.S. Gulf assets, as a precautionary measure. In addition to the FPSO Tortella, they're preparing to disconnect and commence sail away to safer waters. Tortella is what they call the floating production, storage, and offloading vessel that's associated with the Stones field in the southern U.S. Gulf. That also features a turret into which fits a disconnectable buoy, carrying mooring lines and risers from the well system. The turret and the buoy design allows the vessel to turn with the wind during normal weather conditions. If a heavy storm or hurricane approaches, the vessel is able to disconnect from the buoy, sailing then to safer waters. So production on Stones is now, quote, shut in as of this past afternoon. Stone's reservoir depth is about 26,500 feet below sea level, 17,000 feet below the mud line. BHP has also taken measures to evacuate the Shenzi platform, starting with non-essential personnel. We plan to fully evacuate and shut production by, they said tomorrow, which would be today, Friday. All right, it's the system they're watching closely. Storm should pass over the Cayman Islands overnight tonight, move over the southeastern and central U.S. Gulf later today and into Saturday. Forecast to become a hurricane again early on Saturday. Very interesting. Here's what the governor had to say in Louisiana. State of emergency impact potential. While there's some uncertainty since the system is just forming, there is the potential for dangerous storm surge, damaging hurricane force wind, heavy rainfall Sunday and Monday along the coast of Louisiana. The Emergency Operations Center at the Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness has been activated, coordinating with both FEMA and parish offices of emergency preparedness there. We are urging Louisianans to plan accordingly. Hurricane force winds of 110 plus miles per hour are currently forecast. That'd be a strong Category 2. We need to plan possibly for a Category 3 storm. Unfortunately, all of Louisiana's coastline is currently forecast in the cone of Tropical Storm Ida. Now's the time to finalize your emergency game plan, taking into account the ongoing COVID pandemic. This type of threat contains additional problems because the window to prepare is going to be very short. By Saturday evening, everyone should be in the location where they intend to be to ride this storm out. Monitor your local news, updates from the National Weather Service, your local leaders. Check on your neighbors, include plans for your pets. Stay safe. This situation could result in major power outages and limited travel opportunities. Consider steps that may need to be taken to deal with those kind of issues. The people of Louisiana have been tested time and time again. It's my hope and prayer this storm will not bring destruction to our state once again, but we need to prepare to take the brunt of this system. The conditions over the next 48 hours will be critical. Right now, we know conditions are primed for this system to strengthen, and rapidly at that. All right, interesting way to start a Friday, rolling into the weekend here. Who else checking in? We'll flip over. Hey there, Steve Sommers was first out of the box. Hello to Captain Ron checking in there. Daniel, good morning. Jamming gears southbound on I-59. Hello from the Michigan Madman. I'm really PO'd tonight. I mean, really PO'd. God save America. Yeah, undoubtedly, yes, it's a situation in Afghanistan deteriorates on a rapid basis. 13 U.S. soldiers losing their life this past day. Good morning from Central Florida. Richard checking in. Heat wave said the temp gauge says 120 degrees at Lake Havasu City, exit 9. I-40 eastbound, headed for the Hacienda. All right, good morning. Larry says, well, good afternoon. Colton's not with us apparently tonight. Richard said, hey, where's Colton? Let's see. Yeah, Arizona. It's cooking out there. James checking in from Woodstock, Georgia, where it's a humid 75 degrees tonight. Hello to the tall boy checking in. Hello to the Georgia Peach checking in tonight. I have a question as your show is coming on. There's an interstate that makes a circle. Do you know where that's located? I have no idea, Wanda. They made a purchase of just what they call raw footage of all these interstate travel. It's just raw footage, and they kind of spliced and diced and put all that video together. So maybe some of the drivers that have seen they know what you're talking about. Maybe they know. Let's see. Hello to the Big Vig, 73 degrees, Youngstown, Ohio, checking in. Andy on board, as always, listening from Canada. Great characters on your show. My thoughts and prayers for your loss of servicemen. My heart hurts tonight. Grumpy checking in from Northwest Arkansas. Everybody be safe. Keep Steve up. Keep up these great shows. Mercury Man. Hey, Steve. U.S. Foods is making preparation for all coastal divisions to batten down the hatches. Looks like it might be bad this time. We're going to be rotating shifts to allow nursing homes and hospitals on the coast. Greetings from Buffalo, Niagara Falls, New York. That's from Looper this morning. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 75 degrees. We're just starting to get dried out, and sounds like we may get moisture from this storm. I just emptied 4.5 inches of water from my rain gauge that I hit empty 2 weeks ago before I left on my trip. Yeah, have a great night, great weekend. Everybody be careful out there. Okay, so he's got that rain gauge that while he's out on the road, he gets home and says, wow, you had a lot of rain while you were on the road there. Underway on a Friday, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, welcome into a Friday. Well, for a moment, thought we may actually have the opportunity to briefly speak with who may actually be the smartest man in the world. But he hung up. Yeah, Doc was online there. Maybe he'll dial us back up. Haven't heard from Doc in a while. Doc Holliday. Let's see. Got our update from Mary Possum Breath's daughter. And it's good news. Dad was released from the hospital today. He's at home resting. Everything went extremely well. Doctor expects a full recovery in 4 to 6 weeks. I'll be staying here with him. He has a pretty detailed diet to follow. And if I weren't here, he'd be surviving on coffee and potted meat, which is disgusting, by the way. But he again wanted to reiterate, thank you. Thank you to all the radio family for their prayers and their concerns. Stay well. Have a great night. Have a great show. All right. Appreciate the update, Mary, and good news. Get well soon to our friend Possum Breath. Meanwhile, let me jump over. I mentioned at the start of the program, we do have some areas of showers, thunderstorms, even some that are prompting some severe weather alerts. Let me see here. Matter of fact, here, this one just popped up. National Weather Service in Quad Cities has a tornado warning. And this is in southeastern Iowa, Keokuk County and Jefferson County, southwest Iowa. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Radar indicated rotation detected here. Storm will be near Richland and Packwood around 11:30. That's Central Time. So in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So take caution in that region. Yeah, that's one cell that's really lit up in the last hour or so in southeastern portions of Iowa. Definitely packing a punch. Storm is moving southeast at 20 miles per hour, by the way. Other areas, that's the first tornado warning we've seen in at least in the last 3 hours, but have to keep an eye on that cell here. Severe thunderstorm warnings elsewhere. You've got severe storms in central Nebraska. Spalding is the area. Storm that's moving northeast at like 50 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour straight-line winds, nickel-size hail in that particular cell. I mentioned South Dakota, where you've got several counties in southeastern South Dakota. Severe storms moving northeast, 60-miles-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail in some of those cells. So just depending on where you are, it's not like one big, broad area of showers and thunderstorms, just clusters here and there throughout that region. That pattern is anticipated to continue through the upcoming day, by the way. I'll give you more on that coming up. Meanwhile, first out of the box, I think that's 2 nights in a row, the Jolly Green Giant. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. I feel that I must set some drivers straight. I heard that somebody went on the show right before, at the end of your show, making fun of the Jolly Green. So I feel that I got to set the record straight here. Some of us eat grits for breakfast, brown for breakfast. Some of us eat biscuits and gravy, or sausage gravy. I eat biscuits and regular milk gravy. Now, here's the point that I want to bring across to some of these knuckleheads down there in Georgia and down in Florida. I prefer, versus toast, I prefer croissant.
A croissant.
I am a driver with a little class. And unfortunately, some of these drivers don't
Jolly
have
Green,
no class.
what'd you have for dinner, Jolly Green? Did you have a bottle of Sauvignon wine and some fine cheese? Hello, Jolly.
What are you asking, Steve? What are you asking?
Did you have cheese and wine for dinner? Hold your little pinky finger up.
No, not Harley, driver. Or Steve, I didn't have cheese and wine. But I just want to tell you that I just feel that I had to set some knucklehead straight down there in the land of Georgia, you know. He calls him, you know who I'm talking about.
I know, yeah.
Knucklehead.
He's making fun of you eating your croissants. What croissants for breakfast?
Yeah, you're right. So Did I hear it correctly? We lost some soldiers today. Is that correct?
Yeah, terrorist attack. 13 U.S. soldiers. I think it's more than 60 Afghans dead. It's a hell of a day over there. It's been a bad day.
Well, I'm going to be listening, so I want to hear more about that. But truly, my heart is with those soldiers and the families. And I do, I think we need to be over there to make sure we get everybody out that wants to get out. So I definitely agree with that. Tonight, I just want to let you know that Flash is off tonight, and Sex Maniac's on vacation. He's celebrating his 44-year anniversary with his wife. So I want to congratulate Sex Maniac being married for 44 years. Flash is getting ready to get a new hip put in Tuesday. So wasn't feeling good tonight, so he took off tonight. So Jolly Green is the only one working tonight. Come on, but I figure what more could you want? I could listen to all the cartoon characters out there on Steve Summers' show. What more could you want?
There you go.
So either way, I just want to say good morning, and I will be listening, Steve. Okay?
Have a good night. Be safe out there, Jolly Green. Yeah, that's a big story. Obviously, news break coming up here momentarily, but Islamic State, ISIS, as we know, claiming responsibility, striking the crowded gates there at Kabul airport, suicide bomb attack. Scores of civilians killed. Latest number I saw was 13 U.S. troops. This is throwing into mayhem the airlift, of course, of tens of thousands of Afghans desperate to get the hell out of that country. The death toll announced from General Frank McKenzie, head of U.S. Central Command, says this was the deadliest single incident for American forces in Afghanistan in a decade, and it actually comes out to be one of the deadliest one-day attacks, single events, in the entire 20-year war. 60 civilians dead, confirmed. Yeah, probably we'll see higher numbers, but we'll get the latest. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is mourning the loss of the 13 service members who were killed in a bomb attack at the airport in Kabul, Afghanistan.
The lives we lost today were lives given in the service of liberty, the service of security, the service of others, in the service of America.
He said to those who carried out the attack, "We will not forgive, we will not forget, and we will make you pay." U.S. Central Command General Kenneth McKenzie, Jr. said the mission will continue.
Despite this attack, we are continuing the mission.
He said they are coordinating with the Taliban.
They have a practical reason for wanting us to get out of here by the 31st of August, and that's they want to reclaim the airfield. We want to get out by that day too, if it's going to be possible to do so. So we share a common purpose.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to bingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Thank you much, and yes, that's the number to dial us up here on a Friday, getting set for the weekend. Yeah, getting set for some racing action there in Indiana. Big weekend coming on. I presume Kyle's all set and ready to roll. We're talking about it the last couple nights. Yeah, this is should be a fun one. It's the Outlaw Diesel Super Series. 25th Annual Shy Diesel Extravaganza. The beautiful farmland of Indiana. That's the location, one of the longest running, largest diesel events in the country. Taking place at Wagler Motorsports Park, Lyons, Indiana. This is huge. Like I said, brings out some of the fastest diesel drag racers from all over the country, including the world's fastest diesel, the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10. And all the other Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers. Pits are open. Now you can get up close and personal. Check out the race trucks. Meet and greet some of the drivers there. It all gets underway today. Test passes for all classes today, along with qualifying for all the pro classes, leading to final qualifying on Saturday before eliminations for all the classes get underway Saturday afternoon. But that's not it for this monster event. You've got the truck and tractor pulling taking place, show and shine competition, dyno competition, kids pedal pulling, huge vendor midway there. One heck of a weekend. They've actually got some live concert events taking place in the evening hours, so should be a good time. I anticipate should have a pretty good crowd on hand for the 25th annual Shy Diesel Extravaganza. All right, back to the more serious note there in Afghanistan. Health officials quoted as saying 60 civilians died. It's not clear yet whether that's a complete count. Video uploaded by Afghan journalists showing dozens of bodies and wounded victims strewn around a canal on the edge of the airport. At least 2 blasts rocked the area, according to witnesses. Islamic State, ISIS, which has emerged in Afghanistan as enemies of both the West and the Taliban, claiming responsibility. In a statement in which it said one of its suicide bombers actually targeted translators and collaborators with the American Army. These are the first in-action deaths in Afghanistan in 18 months, believe it or not, a fact that's likely to be cited by critics who accuse Joe Biden of recklessly abandoning a stable and hard-won status quo with the abrupt pullout there. One eyewitness said, "For a moment, I thought my eardrums were blasted. I lost my sense of hearing. I saw bodies and body parts flying in the air like a tornado blowing plastic bags. I saw bodies, body parts, elders, injured men, women, children, all scattered at the blast site. Bodies and injured lying on the road and in the sewage canal." McKenzie said the U.S. is going to press on with the evacuations, noting the fact that there are still about 1,000 U.S. citizens there. Several Western countries said the mass airlift of Afghan civilians was coming to an end, likely to leave no way out for tens of thousands of Afghans who worked with us and for us in that 2 decades of war. So, yes, not a good day. More on that coming up here. Meanwhile, let's get back to your calls, see what's going on out west, playing out there in the heat appropriately. It's heat wave, headed toward the hacienda. Good morning.
Yeah. Morning, senor. Morning, senor. Jolly Green Giant. How were those croissants? Were they flaky? I'll catch hell for that one. I know. Oh, man, I tell you what, with the weather going on, with the potential hurricane hitting the east, the Gulf Coast, and the fires out here in California, and the heat, damn, I don't know what to say. My co-driver got a really good shot of the smoke coming off the mountains there around the Cajon Pass with the forest fires just north of Los Angeles in the foothills there. And man, I tell you what, you're pretty hard pressed to find anything good in this world right now. I had a friend of mine I ain't talked to in a while, and it's like, can you believe how fast the Democrat Party has absolutely turned this country upside down and inside out? I mean, you kill our energy production, but then you tell Russia, yeah, y'all go right ahead. Well, it seems like to me that's a Russian plant right there. If Trump's son did half the stuff of what Biden's kid's done, they would have crucified him alongside his daddy had this happened under Trump's watch. I mean, good Lord. We have lost our collective damn minds out here. So I'm not real happy. Impeaching Biden would be just too good a thing to do. I mean, I think you'd have to go 6 or 7 rows deep before you actually found somebody in government that's going to be worth a damn, that could actually work with the people instead of ruling the people. And that old man in the White House right now, he don't know. He'd probably be crying over, the ice cream choices he's had. By the time he makes his choice, it'll all be melted, so he'd be crying over that. You got Kamala over there in Vietnam complaining and saying, well, folks better buy their Christmas gifts early. My big deal is, who gives a damn about Christmas right now? We've got issues going on that you wanted to be in position. Now you're in position. Now you don't want to be held responsible. Well, someone's going to have to stand up and say, you know what, you are responsible, and then make them pay for their ineptness or their outright. Damn, I can't even think of the word right now. I'm so damn mad. I mean, you got the southern border, you got the weather, you got the war, you got the pullout. Man. So.
What else can we pile on, Heatwave?
Really, is it? Yeah. So, well, the air conditioning got approved, and I guess you whoever that was yesterday, I want to thank y'all for setting both Steve and I straight on why we had such a high payment. And I guess that would make sense, even though that particular air conditioning unit is no longer made. Mm-hmm. Now I guess we go up to a higher tonnage. And the next question is, if they put that compressor out there with that higher tonnage by 1 ton, am I going to have the coils on the inside unit in the house? Is that going to have to be upgraded too, or what's the deal on that?
Yeah, good question. I mean, they should be obviously they would have to cross-check that and make sure that they can operate together. That's a good question, though.
Well, yeah, we're dealing with the Mexican scoundrels. I mean, you got scoundrels everywhere, but we're dealing with a state that's 49th or 50th in education. So I really have my doubts, especially with this individual company that they foisted upon us. Mm. We've had a real good relationship with another one, but I guess he was so much on our side saying we needed a new unit that they wanted a second opinion, and now they're getting it. And if they don't do it right, they are going to get it, because I'm going to make sure they got it. So, yeah, we're heading for the Hacienda, about another 500 miles away. Going to enjoy the rest of tomorrow or today, whatever the hell the day is right now. And Saturday, Sunday, and come back out Monday and play truck driver all over again. So other than that, I'm going to sit back and, someone says you need to pray for the leaders of our country. I believe that was Chevy guy. And I told him once before, I said, you can't pray for our leaders because our leaders are absolute idiots. We need to pray for a savior to come by and pull our butts out of the fire. And so God Save America is going to have to be the battle cry that we're going to be screaming, because we need our butts saved from the destruction that is for sure to come. So with that, Steve, you have a good morning. We'll holler at y'all later, senor.
Great to hear from you. Have a great weekend. Enjoy some time there at the Hacienda with the missus. All right, it is 844-3388. Let me jump over, it's central portions of the country. I'm just trying to keep an eye on. I haven't seen any additional tornado warnings being issued, but again, still seeing severe thunderstorm warnings. Iowa, South Dakota, Nebraska. Forecasters are warning both severe thunderstorms and flooding are going to be in play through early this weekend as this active stretch of weather continues for the Midwest. There's a front that's kind of draped near the border of South Dakota and Nebraska. Storms in much of South Dakota will have some risk for hail, given the cooler air. Further south, other hazards will exist. Damaging winds and flooding will be the primary threats from Iowa into Nebraska. Hail can also occur elsewhere, but the risk won't be quite as high as expected to be there in South Dakota. Not only can any individual storm produce flooding, but there's going to be the risk for more than one thunderstorm to affect any given area. Now, this past day, Thursday, the severe weather reports began rolling in, trees uprooted and downed, Power lines were downed and some instances snapped as heavy winds tore through South Dakota and Minnesota. Wind gust up to an estimated 70 miles per hour in Hand County, South Dakota this past evening. Looks like the threat for severe weather is going to be a bit lower, but not non-existent here on Friday. Areas from Omaha to Green Bay, Wisconsin, Houghton Lake, Michigan, and points in between, obviously, all at risk for locally severe storms from Friday into Friday night. The movement of these storms from tonight, Thursday night, may determine which areas are going to be at risk for torrential downpours and strong winds as we progress into Friday. We've got an eastern moving cold front combined with this disturbance in the jet stream that could lead to a severe weather outbreak this weekend. Yet again, much of Minnesota is expected to have thunderstorms from Saturday afternoon to Saturday night. Other locations from Fargo to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Grand Isle, Nebraska will all be at the risk of flooding, damaging winds, and even isolated tornadoes. There you go, in the Midwest. It's been an active week, right? Quick time out. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Under our industry headlines, guess you had quite a mess this past day. Before I forget, let me click back over. Steve had sent me a message here out of the Nashville area. Let me see. I-24 westbound is down to one lane from mile marker 60 into Nashville. He said they've got a 7-8 mile backup there. You may want to take the detour. Take the detour at exit 62, go north to Murfreesboro Road, and then go west to Briley Parkway, north to I-65. Okay, that's in the Nashville area. Thanks for the heads up. Meanwhile, Colorado State Police this past day has sent out a message asking eastbound truck drivers to wait it out after a serious crash involving a semi and a tow truck about 1:45 this past afternoon. Several miles east of Georgetown, Colorado, State Patrol said a tow truck and a semi were involved in a collision on eastbound I-70, the 231 mile marker. There were critical injuries involved. There was a diesel fuel spill involved. No information as far as the cause of the crash, but Colorado State Patrol's Eagle Division said that eastbound I-70 was closed. In Silverthorne, eastbound US 6 was closed at mile marker 217. Yeah, they pretty much sent out a tweet that said, if you're eastbound, semi-drivers, find a chain station and wait it out. There were significant delays for an extended period of time there. Meanwhile, in South Carolina, there's a highway that's going to be closed daily for repairs after tropical storm rains washed out a portion of the road. Highway 184 in Sugar Mountain, also known as Tynecastle Highway, will be closed from 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. each day while crews work to repair the damaged shoulder and a 20-foot drop off the edge of the road caused by a landslide. Crews are going to be working to place steel beams under the road and constructing a retaining wall. North Carolina Department of Transportation suggests drivers use Highway 194 as an alternate route. However, this detour takes drivers near Banner Elk and all the way to Elk Park in Newland, an area out of the way for drivers looking to get to Linville, Sugar Mountain, or Grandfather Mountain. Some drivers have begun using Cross Park Drive near Blue Ridge Village as a shortcut to Sugar Mountain. However, officials warn trucks longer than 30 feet could face fines of up to $2,000 for using Cross Park Road. Trucks are prohibited due to a large number of curves and switchbacks. Delivery trucks are required to take the Highway 194 detour. This is going to be ongoing for another entire week. It's expected to be completed by next Friday, which would be September the 3rd. You familiar with any of those areas we were just talking about? Monkey Gouge, that's down in your neck of the woods, ain't it?
Sugar Mountain. I was trying to think was Sugar Mountain that. What'd you say that road was again? 184?
Yes. Highway 184.
I think that's up next to up there in the mountain region up there. I think that's where that's at. I'm trying to. I know where Sugar Mountain is in North Carolina, but I'm not sure where it is in South Carolina. But they had a bunch of rain down there the last couple of days, Steve. I mean, it poured. I mean, they got it. I got a phone call today, that dreaded phone call I wasn't needing. And my son called me, and he got COVID.
Oh, boy.
And he'd been vaccinated. Him and Grump got their shots a week apart. He got the Johnson & Johnson. And he called me, and I couldn't. What's wrong with you, Froggy? I got COVID. I said, you went and took that shot, didn't you? Yeah. So they got him quarantined for 10 days. And got the baby quarantined and his wife. And so
has his doctor prescribed him anything? Did they recommend you put him on a regimen of because they say the zinc and the vitamin D and whatever. They tell him to take anything or give him any meds?
They're gonna do an infusion on him in the morning where they mix all that stuff together and give it to him.
Okay.
And then they're gonna wait to see the baby and his wife checked out negative so far. But Steve, why don't you used to take this damn shot and you gonna get the COVID anyway?
The idea is you're not supposed to get as sick if you take the shot.
He was a pretty sick puppy today. He said it hit him Tuesday. And said it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. And so he went Wednesday morning, and they got a test where they don't ram that bamboo rod with that Kotex on the end up to your brain. And that come back positive, and they told him, said, well, you got to get swabbed now. So he had to go this morning, and it come back positive. And, yeah, I kind of hate that for him because, I mean, he works out, he takes his vitamins, does everything. I mean, never smoked, never really done anything to harm his body. So I said, well, that's one good thing for you. You'll snap back pretty fast. And you caught it in time for it turning into pneumonia. You'll be all right. But Steve, I'm gonna tell you something. Ever since I heard about Debbie called me this morning and told me about the 13 military lives that were killed this morning in that bomb blast. And I've listened to the news all day long. And I even listened to that half hour that wonderful calls himself a coward president. And I about had to pull over and throw up. I about lost my barbecue dinner. See, that was sickening. That was downright sickening. And then later on tonight, I was listening to Laura Ingraham. Now, Donald Trump, I don't know if you got to hear any of his interview with Sean Hannity tonight. He was on there for like 30 minutes talking about this. And he said, you know, Joe Biden's so dumb. He didn't even know he thanked me today. He said, yeah, I said, I'm following. I had to handle what Donald Trump done and said when Donald Trump was the president, we didn't have one person killed for a year and I think 5 months or 4 months. You know why? Because Donald Trump told you kill one American, and I'm going to blow your house off the face of the earth. I'm not going to bomb your army. I'm going to bomb you. Steve, I tell you, I kind of agree with Heatwave. We've said this night after night. I can't believe this country has went that far. One man and his wrecking crew and them coward generals up there could wreck this country as bad as they wrecked it in 8 months. And now we got a hurricane bearing down on us, and I hope it just skips off of us. But I don't think he could handle another catastrophe right now. That idiot ain't got enough sense to pull a pee out of a boot. I mean, it was just downright disgraceful today. I don't know if you got to hear any of it, but and he don't know what world he's in.
So they're talking about the calls are coming in from more and more representatives to for him to resign or to impeach, and there's a bunch of them saying that. I mean, what's the likelihood of his resigning?
I doubt he's going to resign, and I don't know if they could swing an impeachment on him. But Laura Ingraham had 2 U.S. senators on it, and I didn't hear the names. And she kept saying, what are y'all going to do? What is Congress going to do with this bad?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think, something came unplugged there, Mikey Goucher, that or his battery died. I'm not exactly sure, but hey, we close out hour number 1, but I think it was Senator Hawley, Senator Blackburn. They're among the growing group of Congress members calling for his resignation. So, if just Joe resigns, then what's Kamala going to do? It's quite the predicament that we're in right now. Get a news update, though. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is mourning the loss of the 13 service members who were killed in a bomb attack at the airport in Kabul, Afghanistan.
The lives we lost today were lives given in the service of liberty, the service of security, in the service of others, in the service of America.
He said to those who carried out the attack, "We will not forgive, we will not forget, and we will make you pay." U.S. Central Command General Kenneth McKenzie, Jr. said the mission will continue.
Despite this attack, we are continuing the mission.
He said they are coordinating with the Taliban.
They have a practical reason for wanting us to get out of here by the 31st of August, and that's that they want to reclaim the airfield. We want to get out by that day too, if it's going to be possible to do so. So we share a common purpose.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at patriotvpn.com. That's patriotvpn.com.
As tens of thousands of Afghans flee the Taliban in terror, a few families rejoiced as they marked a very special event in their lives. USA's John Clemens explains.
So far, 3 babies have been born as their parents sought freedom from the Taliban in Afghanistan. During a briefing at the Pentagon, Air Force General Todd D. Walters spoke about a special one.
We've had further conversations with the mom and the dad of the baby that was born on the C-17 inbound to Ramstein. They named the little girl Reach. And they did so because the call sign of the C-17 aircraft that flew them from Qatar to Ramstein was Reach. That child's name will forever be Reach. And as you can well imagine, being an Air Force fighter pilot, it's my dream to watch that young child called Reach grow up and be a U.S. citizen and fly United States Air Force fighters in our Air Force. Over.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out. Everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
7 Capitol Police officers sued former President Trump, the Proud Boys, and others for their alleged involvement in the January 6th attack at the Capitol. The lawsuit is the first to implicate that Trump and his campaign worked alongside far-right extremists and white supremacists to overthrow the 2020 election. Among the defendants named in the suit were Republican operative Roger Stone, the Oath Keepers, the Stop the Steal campaign, and more than 24 individuals who promoted the baseless claim that the 2020 presidential election was stolen. Thousands of Trump supporters attacked the Capitol on January 6th, immediately following a speech Trump gave at the Ellipse. The protesters stormed the Capitol in an effort to stop a joint session of Congress from certifying the results of the election in favor of President Biden. According to the suit, because of defendants' unlawful actions, plaintiffs were violently assaulted, spat on, tear-gassed, bear-sprayed, subjected to racial slurs and epithets, and put in fear for their lives. Plaintiffs' injuries, which defendants cause, persist to this day. A statement on the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights under Law, which is representing the plaintiffs, accused the defendants of violating the Ku Klux Klan Act, which bans conspiracies to use force, intimidation, and threats to keep law enforcement officers from doing their job. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, here's the rest of the report. Senators Josh Hawley of Missouri, Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee joining a chorus of Republican voices demanding that Joe Biden resign. Hawley said in a statement that Biden, quote, has now overseen the deadliest day for U.S. troops in Afghanistan in over a decade, and the crisis grows worse by the hour. We must reject the falsehood peddled by a feckless president that this was the only option for withdrawal. This is a product of Joe Biden's catastrophic failure of leadership. It is now painfully clear he has neither the will nor the capacity to lead. Blackburn issued her own demand in a tweet calling for the resignation of Vice President Kamala Harris, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Mark Milley, Marine Corps General Kenneth McKenzie, commander of Central Command, said the blast at the airport, where U.S. forces have been working for days to evacuate thousands of U.S. citizens and Afghans, was carried out by, ISIS fighters. Blackburn argued that the president and each of the named administration members that we listed there should all resign or face impeachment and removal from office. All right, look at it, 9 past the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388, as we roll into a Friday. All right, if you just joined us, or with us out of the box, hour number 1, I think the headline was, things are about to get real along the Gulf Coast. I'll take you to the update from folks at the Weather Channel. Ida is the name of the tropical storm right now. But the concern is they're anticipating rapid intensification over the weekend. There's not going to be a whole lot of preparation time for those along the Gulf Coast. Too early to know the specific details of the impacts Ida will bring to portions of the Gulf Coast, but interest from the upper Texas coast to Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and the Florida Panhandle need to monitor closely the progress of this system. National Hurricane Center said there's the potential for hurricane-force winds, flooding rain, life-threatening storm surge in parts of that region by Sunday or Monday, especially in Louisiana. Tropical storm warnings are in place in the Cayman Islands and western Cuba. Those areas are going to see tropical storm force winds through the day today. Bands of heavy rain could trigger dangerous flooding and landslides in Jamaica, the Cayman Islands, western Cuba, and the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico, as the system tracks generally northwest through the day today. Now, the Hurricane Center expects Ida could be at or near hurricane strength as it approaches western Cuba or the southern Gulf of Mexico by later today or early in the hours of Saturday. There's the possibility Ida will undergo a period of rapid intensification as a hurricane when it tracks through the Gulf of Mexico this weekend. Water temperatures are plenty warm. Upper level winds will be favorable, and there's plenty of moist air available. So all the conditions for this particular system really coming together. Right now, the Hurricane Center forecasting a landfall of Ida as a hurricane somewhere from the upper Texas coast to Louisiana and southern Mississippi, sometime Sunday or early Monday. Could be a major hurricane as it approaches the northern Gulf Coast, Category 3. All right. Could make landfall as a major hurricane on the 16th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina's landfalls in southeast Louisiana and Mississippi. Keep in mind the impacts will arrive before any landfall, and those impacts could extend well outside the forecast path that you see on those maps, that cone of uncertainty. Tropical storm conditions could arrive along portions of the northern Gulf Coast as soon as Saturday night or early Sunday. At least some coastal flooding could begin as soon as Saturday. Bottom line is that this system is a dangerous hurricane threat for the Gulf Coast by Sunday and Monday. It's likely to pose a threat of flash flooding, strong winds, and tornadoes to some degree inland over parts of the South Monday and Tuesday of next week. But especially for those interested along the coastal areas, right now is a good time to ensure you have a hurricane plan in place as this system becomes a growing threat. All right, back to your calls on a Friday morning. Let me see here. Let's get to the Rambler. Morning, Rambler.
Good morning, Steve, and good morning, Overnight Nation. Glad to be talking to you tonight. Apologize for not giving y'all a call. Just don't know how I can really hold it together to break this news to you. Yeah, well, unfortunately, I got a phone call Monday night, and Dirty Diapers popped the brakes at the pearly gates. He went very peacefully. He went 16 hours underneath the knife. And the cancer come back very rapidly, and it just wasn't no time.
Wow.
He never recovered, and I apologize to everyone that's been praying for him. I wish I could have called sooner, but Steve, I didn't know if I could hold it together long enough to tell everyone what's been going on. I'm a little bit better tonight. But, man, I just thank everyone that prayed for my father. Man, he loved y'all. Before he had the operation, he was off the road. He'd wake up in pain because the cancer had took his hearing in his right ear. And he couldn't really sleep all that well. So he'd call me and we'd talk and see how everything's going out over the road. And, when he get off the phone, he'd turn this show on and he sit up and listen to everyone from Monkey Gouger. And Monkey Gouger were praying for your son and everything like that to Big Ed. He got a kick out of Big Ed. He called me. He said, ain't that the one that lost the bet to that girl at the truck driving? I said, yeah, Pop, that's him. And he loved hearing from Big Moose and his Possum Breath. He got a kick out of how he was helping Possum Breath. And I understand Big Moose has had a loss of himself on his own here recently. And God bless you, Big Moose. I feel for you. There's a lot of other people that have losses too. There's a lot. I mean, we're losing people to this Delta variant left and right, and that's not what took Dirty Diapers out. It was actually cancer. And Steve, we leave tomorrow. Actually today, Friday, we're leaving from down here in Mobile. And now what you just said about the hurricane, we got another threat, and we just bought a house, and now we go like, oh Lord, we could be losing it. We just bought it. But we got to leave, we got to leave here and drive up there to Douglasville where his services are going to be. And then lay him to rest over at his family cemetery over in Stone Mountain. So, but man, I tell you what, it's been tough because, Steve, I tell you, he was so proud of your son. He talked about your son an awful lot, and I told you how uncomfortable I was when he called up one time it was one of them nights. He was in pain, and he happened to write down your number when you gave it out and called. And he was talking about your son being the hellraiser he used to be, and this, that, and the other, and really, going over there, as you say, saying he's spending the night with some friends, getting a case of Natty Light, and going to hang out with Ben Roethlisberger, or who the quarterback at the time at the Bearcats, University of Cincinnati. God bless him, but he was so proud of your son and the man he has become, and he talked about that a lot, Steve. He really did. He said, in my best dirty diaper impersonation, he said, that son of Steve used to give them a lot of problems, him and Lisa a lot of problems. He said, but he be a police officer now. I'm so proud of him. And he just talked about your son all the time, being the hellraiser, now being the peacemaker, being the police officer, Steve, I'm telling you, we talked about this show. We talked about your dad's show an awful lot because it was a common connection and a common bond with him and me. I talk about my stepdad, who I call Dad also. Our common bond was always watching wrestling back in the 80s. Me, my brother, and my dad watching wrestling. And our common bond was, the truck driving network, when your dad had it, now you have it. And, like you, Steve, I'm, we buried my brother here back in 2019. That was a hard loss for him. And he never really got over the death of my brother. And kind of last of the Mohicans here, I know I've got my asphalt brothers and my concrete cousins I'm so thankful for. And my asphalt sisters and my concrete cousins also that are women, and we thank y'all for being in the trucking industry. But as far as my family goes, I'm the last of the Mohicans here as far as carrying on the tradition. I've got two more children that have his blood in him, and I'm hoping maybe they'll follow in my footsteps of being a truck driver. And I tell you, we were estranged for a little while. We didn't have the best relationship, but thank God we were able to set our differences aside and be a father and son. And, it's never too late, God's children. If you have an axe to grind with someone, man, don't let it just put the past behind you. That's what him and I did. We put the past behind us, and we realized there's nothing we can do about the past. But what we can do is move forward, and that's what we did. And I'm so very thankful. Man, I tell you, I'm praying that I can hold it together for his funeral. I mean, I'm a minister myself. I don't share that. I should share it more, and I've done a lot of funerals, and this is going to be a tough one. Steve, one of the songs, I know you can't play it, is a song that we found called 18 Wheels. It's about a truck driver that's going to heaven. I'm sure if you have Spotify or Apple Music, you can. I think the guy's name is Cody Johnson that sings it. And it's about a truck driver making his last load and going home to heaven. Praise God. So I tell you, it's just we're praying we can hold it together. And man, I thank you, Steve, for hanging in there, not giving up when you got booted off the air. I know a lot of us got mad about that, but I'm thankful for, Hot Shot, Diesel Treat. I think his name is Chris that owns it, has put you back on because it gave me and my father something to talk about again. And because he loved the show and he loved you. He loved everyone out there, whether it be Knuckle Buster, whether it be Monkey Gouger, whether it be Heat Wave or Gilligan, and one of Gilligan's characters trying to sell some off-the-wall thing that he had his hands in with Hollywood.
Yep.
So many characters. And I just thank you. And I want to end, your dad used to always play this, and it meant a lot to him and me because we both loved it. And if you want to listen to it, you have Apple Music, Spotify, Pandora. look up the Marty Stewart album, and it's called Reasons, and go down to number 19, and it's song number 19. If you were a fan of the Truck and Bozo show, like him and I were back then, your dad always played this. And I'm going to read this excerpt, and you'll know what it is. And I'll end with that. And it says this here. This is from Sir Alfred Lloyd Tennyson, but Johnny Cash did the excerpt. It reads like this here. It says, then move the trees, the compass nod, wings flutter, voices hover near. Oh, just and faithful night of God, ride on, the prize is near. So pass I hostile hall and grange, by bridge and ford, by park and pale, all armed I ride, whatever betide, until I find the Holy Grail, said the lonesome pilgrim, far from home. Steve, God bless you.
And
all you drivers out there.
I was going to say, prayers for you this weekend. Like I know it's going to be undoubtedly a difficult couple of days coming on, but I think you look back and you explained one time how many years that your father spent out there. Yeah, how many millions of miles out there, and I don't think he ever passed up on an opportunity to witness to anyone he ever ran into.
That is correct. That is correct. I'm holding right now in my hands a red cap that he had made. These are caps that he spent his own money on. He got them made, I think, 100 at a time. He'd get them made every time he would come into town. And I'm holding it right now. It's almost brand new. I've never worn it a whole lot. It says, Jesus Christ, he is the real thing. And Steve, he would pass these out to anybody who wanted one. He would tell these waitresses in the truck stops, he would go in and he would offer up a $20, sometimes a $50 tip. He says, if you could tell me three things that God can't do. And that was his way of witnessing to them.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can say, tell me three things God can't do. Well, God can't change. He can't lie. And he can't let you into heaven unless you know Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior. My father didn't have to have the money. All right. We all like money. Some of us make it our God, and we shouldn't. But my father started driving, Steve, in 1984. He was forced off the road because of cancer in 2021, May of 2021. He was 82, still driving, still hauling ice cream for Unilevers. And the reason why he did it, because he had a ministry. He wanted to witness to people. He loved Jesus, and he had a passion for our industry. He had a passion for truck driving. And the man had well over 3 million miles. And he didn't have to keep on doing it. He wanted to do it.
Mm-hmm.
He had a passion for it. His passion, Steve, was the ministry. His passion was to still pound the asphalt, and because he just loved doing. And that's why I pray that if you're not happy with this industry, go find something else. Because if you don't have a passion for this, you're never going to be happy. But as you were saying, Steve, you were trying to say something else. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
Oh, I think I said prayers for you this weekend, and I thank you so much for the update. Someone actually called last evening, I think it was, and asked, have you heard any update on Dirty Diapers? And I said, I hadn't heard from Rambler in a few days. So, yep, people were thinking about him.
Well, thank you, everyone, for thinking about him. And Monday night, I'll be climbing back up in the truck, driving for O'Reilly, delivering my auto parts, and carrying on the tradition, hoping to pass the torch on to one of these grandchildren of his to keep on, doing it. But we're going to keep on doing it, Steve. I'm going to keep on witnessing to people about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And I'm going to keep on doing it. And, my handle will always be Rambler here. But there'll never be another Dirty Diaper.
Yep.
That is for sure.
One of a kind.
He's one of a kind, brother. He sure is. Steve, I love you, man. Everyone out there that's listening to my voice, if no one has told you anything at all, if no one has said that they love you, I want you to hear it from this preacher right now. I want you to know that I love you, and I want you all to be safe out there and get back home, you lonesome pilgrims and pilgrimesses from home. God bless you, Steve. We'll see you Monday night. I'll call you Monday night.
Give us an update. All right. Thank you much, Rambler. Yeah, not the call I anticipated. You know, last time we checked, I mean, we knew he had a long, long road to recovery, and the prospects weren't the greatest. You know, the potential, the outcome, but yep, tough times. You know, I was thinking this past day, I don't think I had even mentioned it. Maybe a prayer for our friend Cool Breeze down there in Tampa. I think I came across it over this past weekend, but I don't know what his relationship with his son was, but I saw he had posted on Facebook. I think it was, a matter of fact, August the 13th. He had a son that lived in Texas. I think it was in the Houston area that just, memory serves, he was like 36 years old. He just unexpectedly, suddenly passed away on August the 13th. So I'm thinking that's probably why we haven't heard from Cool Breeze as of late as well. Everybody be safe out there. We're going to get a news break. We'll come back here and get back with some of the latest what's going on as we roll into the weekend. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Okay, we will get a news break here momentarily. Real quick here before we get to that. Got an email from one of our listening friends. She said you can just call me Cat Mom. Thought you might find it interesting. But I work for a hospital chain, and I thought your listeners might see some of the challenges that hospitals are going through to get product by sharing this letter from one of our distributors. Why we have to depend on product from Asia makes my heart break. This virus started there, and we depend on them to supply patients that are dying because of them. What's happened to our country? Anyway, thank you, Steve, for all you do. Your show is wonderful, and I listen every day. I'm too shy to call, but I just want all the callers to know I enjoy listening. This show and all who support it are what America is all about. If we had Big Moose as president and Always Moving as vice president, our country'd be back in shape. Yeah, I think that'd be a good combo there, Cat Mom. But, she highlighted the letter from one of their suppliers. We wanted to share a high-level view of these industry-wide constraints and how we at Cardinal Health are working to address them. Industry-wide shipping challenges, significant increases in trade volume, labor shortages, global port congestion and closures, vessel, rail, chassis, truck shortages continue to present industry-wide shipping challenges, both at Asia origins and importing destinations, including North America and Europe. Pandemic-driven shutdowns. While the situation in the U.S. has improved, many countries remain embroiled in waves of outbreaks and lockdowns that are further complicating global shipping congestion and schedules. The global supply chain is incredibly backlogged with containers. In some cases, miles of containers are sitting in shipping yards waiting for available chassis. Despite best efforts, there are estimates that spring and summer 2021 delays may prompt delays and ripple effects through this holiday season into the winter of 22. Increased labor shortages continue to impact the global supply chain. Rates for equipment space were already at record highs, continue to increase as a result of demand. More than 75% of shipments that do clear the ports are still arriving late at U.S. ports by an average of 10 to 12 days right now. And now we're facing canceled sailings. Vessel delays at ports are causing up to 30% of sailings to be voided entirely. Now, they kind of go into, here's what we're doing to try to address these challenges. Expanding the transportation network, identifying shipping alternatives, working collaboratively on system-wide solutions, enhancing some of the technology solutions. But thank you for your continued partnership. But yeah, the challenges that appear are not going to be ending anytime soon. I'll be returning in a moment. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is mourning the loss of the 13 service members who were killed in a bomb attack at the airport in Kabul, Afghanistan.
The lives we lost today were lives given in the service of liberty, the service of security, in the service of others, in the service of America.
He said to those who carried out the attack, "We will not forgive, we will not forget, and we will make you pay." U.S. Central Command General Kenneth McKenzie, Jr. said the mission will continue.
Despite this attack, we are continuing the mission.
He said they are coordinating. with the Taliban.
They have a practical reason for wanting us to get out of here by the 31st of August, and that's that they want to reclaim the airfield. We want to get out by that day too, if it's going to be possible to do so. So we share a common purpose.
This is USA Radio News.
Attention businesses of all sizes affected by COVID-19. The federal government has introduced the Employee Retention Credit. It's a new relief program that allows you to collect up to $14,000 per employee. If your business was forced to close due to COVID-19, or you lost 20% or more of your sales, you may qualify for free financial relief. There's no limit to the amount you can file for, and you don't have to pay the money back. Call the ERC program experts today. They'll explain to you how much you qualify for and how fast the funds can be in your business bank account. To find out if you qualify for the ERC program, call the IPG Law Group right now for details. There's no upfront cost to you, and you could receive up to $14,000 per employee. Call right now for details. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. That's 800-932-5197.
All right, let's see if we get back on track here. We got some Friday, 27th day of August. Working our way into the weekend. And thanks for hanging out with us. I do have a couple of other, aside from the big 25th annual Shy Diesel extravaganza there in Lyons, Indiana. Starting today, got a couple of other events that Hot Shot Secret will be sponsoring this weekend, but won't be in attendance, like with the vendor booth. Got Saturday, but two separate events on Saturday. Grand Hustle Racing is back. Third edition of the North versus South No Prep Racing Showdown. The time will be, this time they'll be going at it up north at Muncie Dragway, Muncie, Indiana. That'll be Saturday. A lot of money online. Small tire class, $20,000 to win. $10,000 to win for the big tire class. $10,000 for the Hustler Pod as well. Hot Shot Secret sponsored racer Bill Boost, otherwise Bill Lutz. Going to be on track with his monster twin screw blown Hemi Camaro. He's always a favorite to take home the money. So if you get an opportunity, you can swing by Muncie this weekend. Muncie Dragway. Other event, D-Team Racing is back for the 5th year of their No Prep Mania. That's going to be going down Saturday as well at Tad and Jim's Dragway in Magnolia, Ohio. 4 action-packed classes, $20,000 to the winner of the small tire, $10,000 for the big tire, $4,800 for the stick shift class winner, and $2,500 to the winner of the hard tire class. Lots of Hot Shot Secret racers will be attending there, going after a big payday. So there's another opportunity. You could stop by maybe Tad and Jim's Dragway of Magnolia this Saturday. Hey, meanwhile, hello to the Northern Kentucky Hillbilly. What's going on?
What's going on, Steve?
Happy Friday.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely glad to get this week over with. I would just like to say sorry to Rambler. I feel for him and hope everything goes well for him over the weekend. And Monkey Gouger, I hope your family gets better. And I don't even want to talk anything about what's going on over there overseas. I'm pretty much done with that right now. On a happier note, I would just like to see if you could pass that code on so we could do the after hours, and I'd like to just listen to some of the guys talk. I got the phone number down, but I didn't get that code to get on there.
Like the PIN number? The PIN.
Yeah, I didn't know if you had that handy.
I do. I got it right in my hand here. The PIN number is 917-1231. 917-1231. That is correct, and that'll get you joined into the conference. There were a few new voices on there this past morning, as a matter of fact, so just having fun.
I'll listen in on it, just like I do your show. I love the show, and I'm here every night listening to you, driving down to Louisville every day. So, but you have a good night, a good weekend ahead, and stay away from that old sour beer. And
yeah, no more allergic reactions, right? Yeah, I did get the whole EpiPen thing. So I got one of those just in case. I mean, I don't know. I was talking to one of my neighbor's daughter who was a nurse. And I think Eskimo Mom was the one that kind of questioned earlier this week, do you think it might have been some of the medications being out in the sun? And I was asking her, I mean, Could it be possibly, taking like antibiotic, being in the sun? Because it was a sunny, hot day. And she said, that's a distinct possibility. So, all right, hopefully never have to go through that again. It wasn't fun. Some of our other friends checking in here this morning. A lot of folks saying prayers for Rambler. Yeah. Rest in peace, Dirty Diapers. Crazy Ray says, I tell my family every day how much Jesus loves each of us. Hello to Rick checking in. Rick friend there in Columbus, Ohio. Perry said, okay, that's Rambler. Actually, he posted a comment about his father passing. I guess he posted that before he actually called us up here, or maybe right after. Let's see. Buster Brown. Have a blessed weekend, Steve. College football. Nebraska versus Illinois. Is it really that time already? I guess it is, huh? Okay, there. See, Laurie, blessings to Dirty Diapers family. Truly a great person for the trucking industry. Yes, indeed. All right, toll-free lines available, as always, here on a Friday morning. It's 844-844-3388. Chevy Guy checking in. What's going on?
Ooh, a whole lot of stuff. I still support Biden getting us out of Afghanistan. I understand the loss of life. I believe it was going to happen anyway. It's interesting, ISIS is popping up. If we'd have done it slow, little by slow, they were going to build up anyway. We're going to have to fight. It's just like this. With Trump in there, it was plain and simple. They knew, if you mess with us, we're going to take out your hometown and everybody in it. And they knew he was going to do it. I'm disheartened to know that General, I call him Miss Millie, was, remember, he was with Trump when they walked across the White House lawn to go to the church. And after the media and the Democrats got on him, he folded like a paper towel.
Yep.
And turned his back on Trump. He also was in conference with Nancy Pelosi to go in and yank him out of office if he refused to leave the White House. I mean, truly I guess a lot of us believe he was truly the one elected. So, hey, the idea right here with the Biden deal, I mean, get out of Afghanistan. It's just like, buddy, all right, we know you're drunk as a skunk. Get out of the car. And no, don't stay in the car with all your buddies and try to get it, 3 blocks down to the house. It's just going to be ugly. It's going to happen, and it's a tragedy. But you know what? It was a mess. It wasn't getting any better, and we were all being lied to by the military. I mean, they were claiming. I treasure my military, but we were being told that they could handle it. Shoot, what do you mean we still had contractors flying the helicopters because we couldn't depend on the Afghan military to do it? I'm sorry. That, I guess, the truth finally come out a little bit late, and it's cost lives. Now, here's something on your news broadcast that sort of got my jaw dropped. I guess they've got a lawsuit. They're going after Trump, the Proud Boys, everything on this insurrection deal, and said they're using some kind of law for the KKK and all of this.
Yep.
They're comparing their Proud Boys to white supremacists. Okay, now I've got all kinds of curious right here since, I've been listening to the news and listening. Who are these Proud Boys? So you go and find out. Yeah, they're an anti-government organization. They're no friend to any conservative. But doggone, they're started by I believe a Cuban. I mean, they're white. They're not white supremacists. So, I mean, they're really pushing it to destroy Trump. And I don't even see how they could possibly tie Trump to any of this stuff. But you know what? I think it's all side note. It's all going to be a mess. It's costing Russia. Remember, it's costing Russia a fortune to keep 30,000 troops on the border with Ukraine. They're not going to spend that money for no reason at all. I believe they're going to move on correct. I mean, I'm just a trucker now, so I don't know everything. I don't get information.
You don't think
from anybody?
They wouldn't repeat that mistake? They've been there, done that. They spent their own 20 years in there, didn't they? Maybe not quite 20, but I think it was close.
Yeah, not Afghanistan, Ukraine.
Oh, Ukraine. Okay,
They want Ukraine.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay, and no, not at all, not at all. And then you've got China. I mean, they're spending the money. They're spending a fortune harassing Taiwan. So I believe we got the weakest leadership in America. I mean, why after Billy sits up there and says after the Afghan military collapse, I said, well, I didn't see that happening. How come he ain't fired yet? How come he's not? I mean, my goodness, he should have been out of there in a heartbeat. I mean, it just, everything the man's been doing stinks. But I think all this stuff that we're watching is going to unfold in war. And I just, hey, just sit back and just, like we're saying, prepare for, setbacks and food, do what you can. Of course, it's just like this. Are your neighbors starving? Are you gonna, hang on to your food, or are you gonna share it? Who are we as Americans? I guess we've been sitting around bragging forever. I guess it's going to be our turn to show if we are who we claim we really are. And it's going to be a challenge, but we're not over yet. And but I just don't want our military to be in a situation with the leadership we got right now. I mean, I guess they're still looking for white supremacists in their ranks, i.e. Trump supporters.
Yep.
Probably the only ones in there that's willing to pull a trigger on the enemy, other than maybe throwing their pantyhose at them. But other than that, hey, I'm serious. God save America, because I'm afraid if you say just God bless America, he can't, because we're doing too much stuff that he told us not to do. So, other than that, and also dirty diapers. Just a thought. I'm 64 years old. I've only got one elder, one former mother-in-law, and I'm telling you, these were the people that we looked up to. These were, we were really, if you had questions, you went to them. And this planet seems to get lonelier and lonelier because they're all passing away. And then the shocking thing is, you turn around and you look at all the eyes that are looking at you, depending on you to fulfill their shoes. And I think, for me, I just look back at mine and I said, oh my God, are y'all screwed? I'm no bastion of wisdom, and I don't know how I could live up to those that has gone on before. So, yeah, this planet feels like it's getting awful lonely. So, but we're right there with you. You can make it through. What a great testimony. And hey, it's different if you don't know where your loved ones have gone when they pass away, compared to knowing that you can go, they're gone to be with the Lord. That's a world of difference. Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail, enjoy the trip, and I'm definitely going to wait around here, copy the mail till Monday morning early. How about
all right.
Over now.
10-4, you got you. Thank you much there, Chevy Guy. Have a great weekend. Yeah, I was looking here in regards to Ida. Ida's our latest tropical storm, and that cone of uncertainty, the path that it could potentially take, does indeed. At the moment, it kind of has New Orleans right in the middle of the crosshairs, potentially. Oddly enough, potentially late Sunday into Monday morning. Indeed, Sunday is 16 years to the day that Katrina made landfall in Louisiana and Mississippi as a catastrophic Category 3. Recall, nearly 2,000 people died during Katrina. $125 billion worth of damage. 80% of New Orleans was left underwater. A meteorologist with the National Weather Service in Lake Charles, Louisiana, said people living across the northern Texas coast, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, need to watch closely forecasts for Ida. This is going to turn into a very serious situation relatively quickly. We've only got 2 or 3 days here of this storm actually being over water before landfall. So this thing's going to intensify pretty rapidly. Could bring heavy rain as far as western Tennessee, which would be a nightmare scenario. And of course, right on the heels of last weekend, Waverly, Tennessee, 20 people dead. Both Cuban and Cayman governments have issued tropical storm warnings. But anywhere from 6 to 12 inches of rain could fall over parts of Jamaica, Cuba, Cayman Islands. So pay attention. But how about that, the irony of it? Could you imagine a storm, which they're saying could very well be Category 3, impacting New Orleans 16 years to the day? That's a possibility at this point. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's over in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Somebody down there took Rover out for a walk in the park. I guess Rover did a little digging. Found a bone. Good boy. Where'd you get that bone? Turned out to be a human bone. Oops. Rocky Mount Police Department said a citizen called the department about 7:20 Wednesday in the morning. They report finding a bone at the Best Friends Dog Park. Preliminary investigation revealed it was indeed human. Rocky Mount, a city of about 58,000 people. about 55 miles northeast of Raleigh. So police collected the bone. They turned it over to the East Carolina University forensic anthropologist and State Bureau of Investigation to help maybe solve the mystery. According to the anthropologist, due to the extensive weathering of the human bone, it is historical, which means it's estimated to be close to 100 years old. Okay. So it's been there a while. Best Friends Dog Park. It's like a 9-acre off-leash dog park. Rover can get out there and just roam around. Digging is strongly discouraged, they say. You're not supposed to have him over there digging up bones. No food or dog chews are allowed in the off-leash area, but that's rather interesting. Hey, what's going on with Steve this morning? Happy Friday.
Hey, same to you, Steve. Good morning. My thoughts and prayers go out to Rambler, man, on the loss of his dad. Hard deal. I wish him the best getting through that. And then also with the Gold Star families who lost a loved one yesterday in Afghanistan. Knew it was coming, Steve. Only a matter of time. This buffoon in the White House, I told you before, this is a dangerous, dangerous person that we've got in charge of this country. He does not know what the hell he's doing. Steve, this buildup in Afghanistan didn't happen overnight. You know, all of a sudden the Taliban came out of their caves, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and took over that whole country. This has been building up ever since the election. Since they knew Joe Biden got in office, they knew he was a weak man in the Obama and Biden administration. That's when ISIS built up their forces in Iraq. They kept doing what they wanted to do. They had run of the country. They had run in Syria. And how did they get stopped? When Donald Trump took office, he pretty much wiped them out. What did they do? They took safe harbor in Afghanistan. The same thing happened when Afghanistan attacked what was it, in Iraq. They sent some missiles over there. Trump dropped that. I forgot what the name of that bomb is, Steve. It's one of the most devastating bombs that we have. I guess it's called a bunker buster or something, where he dropped them on those tunnels.
Moab, mother of all bombs, Moab.
Yep. And he killed hundreds, if not thousands. They don't even know how many. Buried them alive in those tunnels. But, Steve, these people are like cockroaches, They crawl out from the woodwork. And this has been going on since Biden took office, and he's done nothing about it. Nothing. The blood is on his hands. Not only is he putting military lives at risk, which we've just seen in the past 24 hours, but he's putting our lives at risk. The border's been open for 10 months now, wide open. Ken Paxton just talked about it yesterday. It's only a matter of time before another attack happens in this country on our soil, like what happened yesterday. It's hard to stop a person wearing a bomb on their body. It's really hard to detect that. There's terrorists that are in this country right now. We've talked about it 8, 9, 10 months ago when Biden reversed Trump's policy on opening up the border. It's a free-for-all down there. They've arrested over 9,000 criminals, some terrorists. But how many get through, Steve? They can't arrest everybody. There's some that are getting through and have gotten through.
Historically, you go back, I know at one point in time, for every one they caught, they typically said 3 would get through undetected. I think that may have changed some because many that are crossing now are actually not trying to go undetected. Many are actually just crossing and going right up and turning themselves in, seeking asylum. Let's pause there, though. We'll get back, finish up with Steve. Lines available on a Friday. Plenty of room for you at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is mourning the loss of the 13 service members who were killed in a bomb attack at the airport in Kabul, Afghanistan.
The lives we lost today were lives given in the service of liberty, the service of security, in the service of others, in the service of America.
He said to those who carried out the attack, "We will not forgive, we will not forget, and we will make you pay." U.S. Central Command General Kenneth McKenzie, Jr. said the mission will continue.
Despite this attack, we are continuing the mission.
He said they are coordinating. with the Taliban.
They have a practical reason for wanting us to get out of here by the 31st of August, and that's that they want to reclaim the airfield. We want to get out by that day too, if it's going to be possible to do so. So we share a common purpose.
This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. Giza Dream Sheets as low as $49.99, but only if you use my promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
As tens of thousands of Afghans flee the Taliban in terror, a few families rejoiced as they marked a very special event in their lives. USA's John Clemens explains.
So far, 3 babies have been born as their parents sought freedom from the Taliban in Afghanistan. During a briefing at the Pentagon, Air Force General Todd D. Walters spoke about a special one.
We've had further conversations with the mom and the dad of the baby that was born on the C-17 inbound to Ramstein. They named the little girl Reach. And they did so because the call sign of the C-17 aircraft that flew them from Qatar to Ramstein was Reach. That child's name will forever be Reach. And as you can well imagine, being an Air Force fighter pilot, it's my dream to watch that young child called Reach grow up and be a U.S. citizen and fly United States Air Force fighters in our Air Force. Over.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hey, bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to BingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Radio bingo's in the house.
7 Capitol police officers sued former President Trump, the Proud Boys, and others for their alleged involvement in the January 6th attack at the Capitol. The lawsuit is the first to implicate that Trump and his campaign worked alongside far-right extremists and white supremacists to overthrow the 2020 election. Among the defendants named in the suit were Republican operative Roger Stone, the Oath Keepers, the Stop the Steal campaign, and more than 24 individuals who promoted the baseless claim that the 2020 presidential election was stolen. Thousands of Trump supporters attacked the Capitol on January 6th, immediately following a speech Trump gave at the Ellipse. The protesters stormed the Capitol in an effort to stop a joint session of Congress from certifying the results of the election in favor of President Biden. According to the suit, because of defendants' unlawful actions, plaintiffs were violently assaulted, spat on, tear-gassed, bear-sprayed, subjected to racial slurs and epithets, and put in fear for their lives. Plaintiffs' injuries, which defendants cause, persist to this day. A statement on the Lawyers' Committee for Civil Rights under law, which is representing the plaintiffs, accused the defendants of violating the Ku Klux Klan Act, which bans conspiracies to use force, intimidation, and threats to keep law enforcement officers from doing their job. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Let me see. I was just checking through some of my emails, and someone sent me a link here that might be worth mentioning to the listeners out there. I was actually wondering that myself earlier. I saw that the flag at the White House had been lowered to half-staff. I wasn't sure if everyone's supposed to lower the flag to half-staff due to the loss of American lives. This past day, let's see, White House orders all American flags to half-staff until Sunday at sundown. That was the notification. So thank you very much to Thomas. Steve, in recognition for the American loss of life at the Kabul airport, he sent me a link. This is a website to notify you or anyone who subscribes to it when to lower flags to half-staff for a specific amount of time. Might want to mention it to the audience. And the website, once you verify, I clicked on the link there and I went ahead, yes, I subscribed to that, so thank you very much. It is www.aflag.com. I guess does that stand for AmericanFlag.com? I think that's what it comes up to on the website. It's actually American Flagpole and Flag Company. But then, you've got half-staff notifications. All information collected or submitted to the site will be used to email half-staff flag notifications. No personal information would be distributed, so they just simply, I entered the email address and clicked on subscribe. But thank you very much. I like I said, I was wondering myself earlier. I need to go out there and lower my flag to half-staff, so I will do that. Welcome back, Steve.
Hey, thanks for holding me over, Steve. Yeah, I wonder how long it's going to be before we'll be able to put the flag back at full mast. The way things are going on in this world, Steve. You know what's amazing to me? Like with this Trump lawsuit going on, with the Proud Boys and all of that, with this January 6th riot. Steve, this government and administration consider Donald Trump and the 70 million, 80 million people that support him, maybe more of an enemy than the damn Taliban. That's pretty amazing, isn't it?
Yes.
And they do, Steve. They hate us more than the Taliban. They don't talk about the Taliban like the way they talk about Trump supporters and white supremacists and Donald Trump. They don't. You know, there was an article out there today that the Taliban and the Joint Command had this secret meeting, and they gave them identities and names of Afghans that were going to be crossing the checkpoints. I mean, we are sleeping with the enemy here, you know? And then the Taliban saying, how they condemned the attack yesterday. Mm-hmm. And what are they going to do about it? They're not going to do anything about it. They're supporters of ISIS. ISIS is part of them. Just a different organization. They're terrorists. But we're sleeping with the enemy right now. it's just shocking. It really is, Steve. I mean,
And I believe Steve is in. There you go.
how
Okay.
weak are.
You're breaking up there. I think you changed cells. I think you broke up a little bit there.
Oh, sorry.
You're back.
Yeah, I was just saying how weak our government is.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. I really enjoyed that after hours call last night, Steve. You know, nice to hear people laugh and joke, and that was
Just have a good time.
That was a good time to get.
You get a bit of a break away from all the seriousness and the things that are unfolding around the world. Just an opportunity to get a little bit lighthearted. And there's some funny characters out there, aren't there?
Oh yeah, cartoon characters like Jolly Green Giant says. And I'll tell you, man, some of the things that Big Moose is saying, man, that guy is freaking hilarious. I mean, just hilarious. Sounds like he's doing a lot better, and I'm glad for that. And again, I thank him for doing that for all the drivers. We really need something like that, you know. But anyway, that's pretty much all I got tonight, Steve. I'll probably listen in later.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks a lot for taking my call.
Hey, thank you for being a part of the program, Steve, as always. Thank you very much. And that frees up another line. Plenty of room for you at 844-3388 on a Friday morning. Would that be the Red Mule by chance?
Steve, you know, it don't take much to confuse me, so straighten me out here, because I think I missed something. Didn't you just say that the flag was supposed to be a half-mast till Sunday in honor of these 13 military people that were killed?
Sunday at sundown, correct.
So what's that, 2.5 days? 3 days?
Yeah, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, yeah.
And they lower it for 30 days for every damn politician that dies? Something ain't right there, Steve. Didn't they lower it for 30 days? What was it, when H.W. Bush died and whoever else it was?
Yeah.
That ain't right, Steve. That ain't right.
I do know there is a protocol. Maybe I can dig that up. Yeah, but presidents, I believe, get 30 days. I think vice presidents, it's a little shorter time. It's Senate or House members get, I don't know how long it is. There's criteria for each category, though.
Well, 13 honorable people died there, and then all these damn crooks get it for 30 days. Steve, I left a sour taste in my mouth. Steve, I had a couple items to bring up here. Now, changing the subject here, I know I don't got to say that I don't have to tell everybody who's listening to this show that this is a unique situation here, but just think of this, Steve. I was listening to the first part of your show there, and, from time to time, we get the opportunity to hear from the world's smartest man. Now, of course, that's unique to the Steve Sommers show, but those of us that have been paying attention the last 24 hours, we've just been listening to the world's dumbest man, i.e. Joe Biden. We're listening to the world's smartest man and the world's dumbest man. That's got to be unique to the Steve Sommers show. What do you think?
Good observation.
Steve, hypothetical. If one of those people killed was one of your offspring, and you were to meet with Joe Biden, could you bring yourself to shake his hand, or would you be tempted to spit on his boots?
Wow. Yeah. Yes.
I don't think I could shake that guy's hand. I'll never have that situation, but if somebody were to spit on his shoes, I could sure understand that. Now, Steve, on the same line, I don't recollect ever actually hearing this, but I have read about it, and I'm sure you have too. Back in, what would it have been, 65, 66, somewhere in there, when everybody's getting upset about the Vietnam War. Recollect that the chant among the hippies or whoever it was, hey, LBJ, how many kids did you kill today? You recollect that?
Mm-hmm.
I think we'll see that Biden's on his way out when we start hearing something like that from the liberals. I don't know what they'd come up with, but when the tide turns and the liberal hippies or the yuppies or whatever start saying something like that to him, then maybe he'll be on the way out. Now, Steve, going back again in years, in Arizona, it was a law you had to go to grade school until you was either, 16 or in the 8th grade. And I've heard stories about people that, got passed on from grade to grade, and it said on their report card, passed on condition or something like that. Don't you think the same thing applies to some of these military leaders, Austin and Miley and some of them? They met certain requirements and they got passed on, and now they're up there. They just got no idea in the world what they're doing, and everybody else is suffering from it. It'd be same thing as one of those kids that got passed on condition going out there and being a brain surgeon and working on you. I just see a real similarity in there. So, hey, Steve, recollect a week ago I called this show and was running my mouth about expecting the unexpectable?
Yes, sir.
Well, got to eat a little crow here, Steve. So we had some rainstorms out there in southern Utah, and not this past time when I was home. Time before last, I was out there mowing the bar ditch on the county road there in front of my house, and noticed some rocks had fallen off in front of the culvert there, and I'm thinking, to get off and clean them up, it's blocking that culvert up a little bit. And I lived here 2 years. I never have seen any water in that ditch. Don't worry about it. Well, unexpectable happened.
Mm-mm.
We got 6.68 inches of rain.
Whoa.
And it washed the leaves down and plugged that off, and it didn't do a whole lot of damage. Went up my driveway and then back down around. But anyhow, I thought, well, that's what I get for running my mouth about expecting the unexpected. I didn't see that one coming. But the thing I really found funny is my wife pulled that up on the, I don't know, National Weather Service or whatever it was, some official place. And my neighbor told me, he said, we got over 6 inches of rain. And my wheelbarrow had a good 6 inches, not 7 inches in it when I got home. But anyhow, she pulled that up on the Weather Service, said, you got 6.68 inches of rain, and it went on down and this and that and the other. And down at the very bottom it said, note, that 6.68 inches is not a typo. I thought that was pretty funny coming from the World Weather Service. So, yellow heat wave, if he gets on up the road when he gets up to Flagstaff, it was about 68 degrees up there, so he'll get to cool off sometime tonight. Morning, Steve.
All right, thank you much. Red Mule, have a great weekend. Thank you for chiming in. Be safe out there. And yeah, I pulled up here. Here's the so-called protocol. Upon the death of a sitting or former president, how long does the flag fly at half-mast? And vice president and whatnot. All right, 30 days from the death of a president or former president. 10 days from the day of death for a vice president, chief justice of the U.S., or a retired chief justice of the U.S., or Speaker of the House of Representatives. They get 10 days. The day of death until interment for Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, Secretary of an Executive or Military Department, a former Vice President, the Governor of a state, territory, or possession. It is the day of death and the following day for a member of Congress. Now, as far as, I guess, the troops that were lost this past day, the 13 that sacrificed their lives, I'm assuming president kind of makes the determination how long, because that was the word again. White House orders flags at half staff. now until sundown Sunday. And with that, 21 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, get back to the calls here as we make our way to a Friday TGIF, as we like to say, at 844-844-3388. First, I see a few minutes ago, our old pal, the Grump, took to the keyboard, and every once in a while, he likes to share his opinion, like we all do, right? And he always points out, just my opinion. This morning, he says, 2 of the greatest blunders in American history will be the rigged election for this idiot Joe Biden and this idiot Joe Biden's massive failure in Afghanistan. For the last 50 years, Joe Biden has been wrong on every issue, from his stupid energy policies to today's fiasco in the Middle East. Yeah, this guy should be the poster boy for term limits. It's sad to see someone like him in such cognitive decline being propped up by the mainstream media and the foolish Obama hangers-on that are currently pulling the puppet strings attached to this idiot living in the White House. Exit polls from those that had the stones to admit they actually voted for this idiot Joe Biden overwhelmingly did so because of how they believed he would handle COVID. What a bunch of dumbass people. People that actually wanted vaccine and mask mandates. People that actually wanted this country shut down over the fear of a damn virus. People that are sitting on their sorry butts today suing because their extended unemployment benefits are ending. People that whined about mean tweets, praised open border policies, and wants everything free. So here we are today, with this idiot in the driver's seat and this country being driven off a cliff of reckless spending, horrible foreign policies, and mandates out the wazoo. Forget about COVID. We need to have some kind of mitigation that eradicates this country from idiots like Joe Biden and his disciples of destruction. Anyway, that's just my opinion. Yes, Crump, well said. Yeah, he's in the driver's seat, and the short bus is driving off the cliff. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Well, he baffles reporters for Biden sharing the list of U.S. citizens and allies with the Taliban.
Can you?
So,
I've not touched on that yet. I got the story. How ignorant could it? Who makes these kind of decisions? The Taliban got the names from U.S. officials of American citizens, green card holders, and Afghan allies who are supposed to be allowed into the militant-controlled perimeter around the airport. Permission that outraged critics that said, what you really did was you handed the Taliban literally a kill list.
Right. He's not for this country. He's an enemy of the state. I guess you'd call him a domestic terrorist, right? Wouldn't that work? Well, let's get some real news in here. That's biscuits or toast with chipped beef gravy. Nothing else. Then you got country fried or chicken fried steak with milk or white gravy, whatever you want to call it. And you use roast beef with a brown gravy, or what they call that, all juice.
Oh, juice.
When you dip your sandwich in it. And that,
yeah.
Yes, whatever that French word is there. Them croissants, they are good for chicken salad with apple, celery, walnuts, and cranberries. Steve Sommers and I don't know anything that goes with that cornmeal gravy. We ain't figured nothing out yet anyway. I don't know, man. I read that authorities up there in Maryland are hunting for a loose alligator. They're not looking for horse feathers by mistake, are they?
A loose alligator.
Yeah, a loose alligator. I don't know what that meant, but I guess somebody had a pet alligator and threw it out up there somewhere. I don't know. Old Doofus Magoo, he's clueless. He's spineless thief. His speech didn't even sound good. He didn't scare me at all. We're never going to forget. We're going to hunt you down. How about we're going to hunt you down and wipe your ass off of the face of this earth? That'd be more like it. That'd scare somebody. Well, I'm going to be on vacation for the next 2 weeks. I'll get everything prepped for that water before I leave there. It's supposed to be up there around my house around the 1st, so I'll get it all ready before I ever walk out. That way that water will run off there. Talk about finding that bone out there. How many people do you think are buried on this earth, Steve, since the beginning of time?
Yeah, a lot of people, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of people. And the one thing about them terrorists, they're really scared of that Moab and them drones. Because you can be standing there talking to your punk ass buddy, and then boom, your ass is gone. You're standing in front of Jesus.
Yep.
The Bible calls it in the twinkling of an eye. Hey, depart from me, for I never knew you. They think they're going to get 72 virgins when they die, Steve. My question has always been, well, what are the women going to get? So, anyway, that's all my baloney for right now. I'll call you back later on in that loneliest hour.
All right. Yeah, we were I thought you might have been on vacation already because we didn't hear from you last night, and I knew you were going to be out for a couple weeks. So, yeah, once you're done today, you're on vacation?
I was just doing a listening thing last night there, So, God give me 2 ears and 1 mouth, so some nights I just got to shut up and listen, right?
All right. We'll chat with you later there, Knucklebuster. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden delivered a message to the Islamic State that took responsibility for carrying out twin suicide bombs outside the Kabul airport in Afghanistan.
We will not forgive. I will defend our interests and our people with every measure at my command. We will not forget.
He said he doesn't regret his decision to withdraw U.S. forces by the end of the month.
It was time to end a 20-year war.
Biden said he's ordering military chiefs to present a response to the attack. U.S. Central Command General Kenneth McKenzie said more attacks are possible.
We have other active threat streams, extremely active threat streams against the airfield. We want to make sure that we've taken the steps we need to take to protect ourselves there. So our focus is on that.
He said the U.S. is working with the Taliban on the mutual goal of getting U.S. troops out of Afghanistan by August 31st. This is USA Radio News.
Attention businesses of all sizes affected by COVID-19. The federal government has introduced the Employee Retention Credit. It's a new relief program that allows you to collect up to $14,000 per employee. If your business was forced to close due to COVID-19, or you lost 20% or more of your sales, you may qualify for free financial relief. There's no limit to the amount you can file for, and you don't have to pay the money back. Call the ERC program experts today. They'll explain to you how much you qualify for and how fast the funds can be in your business bank account. To find out if you qualify for the ERC program, call the IPG Law Group right now for details. There's no upfront cost to you, and you could receive up to $14,000 per employee. Call right now for details. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. That's 800-932-5197.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, but you say things like, you can't make this stuff up. Nope, it ain't made up. Is it the military leadership? Yeah, the generals? Who makes the call is my question as far as, we're actually going to give the Taliban the names of all the Americans and Afghans that helped us and tell them, if this guy shows up, he's allowed in. Let him in. What? I mean, they've been telling us in the news the last several days that we're actually allowing the Taliban to help with the visas and trying to monitor who gets in and who doesn't get in to the airport gates. Citing unnamed U.S. and congressional sources, Politico said this move was designed to expedite the evacuation of these tens of thousands. Basically, they just put all those Afghans on a kill list, according to one unnamed defense official. I mean, it's appalling and shocking. It makes me feel unclean. Spokesperson for Central Command declined to comment. According to Politico, the issue came up at a classified briefing on Capitol Hill and turned ugly when top Biden administration officials defended their coordination with the Taliban. Biden officials contended it was the best way to keep Americans and Afghans safe and prevent a shooting war between Taliban fighters and U.S. troops at the airport. They had to do that because the security situation the White House created by allowing the Taliban to control everything outside the airport, says one U.S. official. But after thousands of visa applicants arrived at the airport, overwhelming the capacity of the U.S. to process them, the State Department changed course, asking the applicants not to come to the airport and instead requesting they wait until they're cleared for entry. From then on, the list fed to the Taliban did not include Afghan names, they say. As of August 25th, only U.S. passport and green card holders are being accepted for eligible for evacuation. The Biden administration has been coordinating the evacuation effort and airport security with the Taliban. After the attack this past day that killed 13 service members, Senate Foreign Relations Committee Chair Bob Menendez appeared to criticize that coordination, stating, "As we wait for more details to come in, one thing is clear. We cannot trust the Taliban with American security. The security of the American people." Oh, but it's Trump's fault, right? Right, Douglas? It's Trump's fault. He negotiated this whole thing, right? It's Trump's fault. Good morning, Eagle.
Okay. Hey, listen, Steve. I'm so disappointed, man. This whole thing. We've been talking about this for a while now, man. This is disgusting. Joe Biden, he is just despicable in what he has done in jeopardizing the lives of these individuals by putting these servicemen with their hands behind their back, in front of this airport makes no sense, man. This guy he had the nerve to come on TV and say he gonna hunt somebody down. He's not gonna hunt nobody down. He's not gonna do it. Absolutely nothing. Hours have passed since this bombing took place. What has Joe Biden done, Steve? Who is he hunting? Who is he looking for? I don't think he's looking for nobody.
Well, hell, we don't have any boots on the ground there anymore, right? We pulled them all out of there. We don't have intelligence in there like we used to have. Intelligence hiding who can paint. They could paint targets on buildings or whatever where the Islamic State was operating. They could bomb those places. We don't have any way to hunt them down unless we let the Taliban do it.
No. This guy here is as phony. He's as phony as a $2 bill. That's how this guy here is a complete joke. For him to come on the TV today and try to play tough guy, he should have been playing tough guy about 2 or 3 months ago before this operation took place. And now we have 12 Marines that are dead for absolutely no reason whatsoever. They had the nerve to say, Steve, I seen a video earlier. We're just working with the Taliban should be enough for Joe Biden to be kicked out of the White House. The nerve of him and his people to say that they're working with the Taliban in this situation, giving out names of individuals that are supposed to be lit through the Taliban to get on these planes. That's a death list. That's a death list, Steve. The Taliban know exactly who's been working with the United States, and they know exactly who's in the country. After the United States pull out of Afghanistan, those people are as good as dead. They're going to hunt down and track every man that's on that list. And Joe Biden, that's enough for that idiot to be kicked out of the White House right there. Just the fact they said the individual who snuck through this crowd, Steve, with this bomb, they claimed somebody had a bomb strapped to their body and walked up to the front gate and blew themselves up. But they said can you believe they had the nerve to say that they were expecting the Taliban to search this individual and make sure that that nobody had a bomb that was walking towards the airport. The Taliban is a part of the ISIS group. These two groups supposedly don't like each other, but I promise you, ISIS and the Taliban, they hate the United States more than they hate each other. I guarantee you that. And like I said, for the United States and Biden to say he's working with these people is a complete embarrassment at this point. And like I say, he's putting military people in jeopardy. He's basically don't left these people out in the cold. There's still people, Americans in this country. And, here's the biggest insult to anybody, Steve, when you have Jen Psaki and Biden himself saying, and this other loser that I've seen on TV, they had a nerve to say anybody that wants to leave Afghanistan will get out. Now, who in their right mind, what American in their right mind would want to stay in Afghanistan? Anybody who wants to leave. What kind of a statement is that to say, who's going to tell Joe Biden and his people that don't worry about me. You don't have to worry about flying me out of Afghanistan. I want to stay here because this is such a great place to live. That's just the insult to every American that's in Afghanistan right now for them to say something like that. This guy here, man, he'll go down in history as the worst, and I do mean the worst man that's ever sat in the White House. That includes Jimmy Carter, that includes Barack Obama, and that includes anybody else. This is totally embarrassing. As far as Harris goes, I told you, didn't I tell you? I told you weeks ago, Steve, that we don't have a vice president. That position is vacant. That we do not. The woman has nothing. She has absolutely nothing to say. I listened to an interview with somebody the other day. Kamala, she had the nerve to say that when she was running for vice, she said she was going to stand up for women's rights. She should be the loudest voice out there for women right now, talking about the Taliban and the way that they treat and to treat women and force them to be sex slaves. She should be speaking out on that, saying that she doesn't want to see the Taliban get nowhere in control of that country, but she's as quiet as a mouse. She ain't got nothing, absolutely zero to say. So that shows you how much she's just like Hillary Clinton. When Hillary Clinton claimed that she cared about women, she cared about women's rights, but yet she's still married to Bill Clinton, a man that committed adultery right in the White House, but she says that she cares about women's rights. So, like I say, Kamala and Hillary are both as phony as a $2 bill, as far as I'm concerned. Now, let's get to this other situation, Steve, that happened with Donald Trump. Donald Trump. I was looking on Twitter today, and his son, Donald Trump Jr., This guy has been on Twitter all day long. It's message after message after message that this guy has sent it. And it's just a matter of time before Twitter shuts his account down, just like they did his father, because they don't want his opinion to be out. They don't want it to be known what this man has to say. It's just a matter of time, I believe, in Donald Trump you will no longer see Donald Trump Jr.'s tweets on Twitter. And they say that we have freedom of speech. We no longer have freedom of speech in America, Steve. I told you that weeks ago when it comes to Facebook and Twitter. You say the wrong thing on Facebook. Anybody who thinks that I'm lying, and I'm not going to even waste my time arguing with somebody, get on Facebook and Twitter and say something bad about the coronavirus, say something bad about the vaccine, and you'll find out if you have freedom of speech when they cancel your Twitter or Facebook account. So you can go argue with somebody else, but I know it's the fact that we don't have freedom of speech anymore in America, and that's not the only freedoms that you're going to be losing in the next few years. Steve, it looked like we've been compromised. All this stuff. Joe Biden is a very intelligent man. All these mistakes that have been made the past couple, these are not mistakes. This was done on purpose, Steve. We've been sold down the drain. We've been sold down the drain by this guy. And we may never recover from this situation, because China sees the weakness that we have, and we're in deep trouble right now. And the only thing that we can do now is try to, hopefully we can make it to 2022 and try to take back over the houses, and so we can have a fair election in 2024 and get somebody in the White House who actually cares about the American people. Because at this point, we don't have somebody like that. Like I said, it's the only thing that surprises me about the 12 Marines dying today, Steve. The only thing I'm surprised about is that it wasn't more. It wasn't 100 or 200 Marines that got killed today. But like I say, you leave Joe Biden in the White House for another couple of months, and I promise you that number will add up. And here's one other thing I found out about just good old Joe Biden, Steve. The reason why he wanted to get these troops out of Afghanistan so fast is because he wanted to call himself a hero before 9/11. He wanted to be able to go onto the podium and say, see, I told you, I pulled the troops out of Afghanistan before the 20th anniversary of 9/11. Well, congratulations, Joe Biden. You pulled the troops out before the 9/11 emergency, and you left thousands of people in Afghanistan, plus you got 12 Marines that's dead because of you. So congratulations on the good job. Well done, Joe Biden. Thank you for the job well done. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Eagle, have a good weekend. Thanks for speaking some common sense. And we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Thank you much. Welcome back on a Friday. What's on the slate for your weekend? Any big plans? A lot of stuff going on. About 8 before the hour, at which we'll get news update. What's going on, horse feathers?
Hey, morning, Your Honor. I guess we're hunting alligator. You know, what did you look into that story? No, I got to watch my step up here, or what's the deal?
I haven't researched it yet. I'll see what's going on. Did you have a pet alligator by chance?
No, just a big dog. No gators. But we might have to go out gator hunting. Might have to brush up on that, learn how to go out gator hunting. So, anyways, but so did you get to catch the speech that our supposed person in charge of the country had made this afternoon there? I don't know, between 5:30 and 6 this afternoon. Did you catch that?
No,
speech,
I mean,
I'm
in a deep sleep, hopefully at that time of day. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of figured. So anyways, he's actually taking questions from the press corps after he made his statement. If you want to call it a statement, I don't know. It wasn't very impressive. But so anyways, he takes these questions, and the last person he takes a question from says that since February of 20 to now, there hasn't been one service member killed in Afghanistan. So Biden gets up on his high horse and says, well, the former administration made a deal with the Taliban, and that's why there was no U.S. military killed. He says, you remember that? And he started berating the reporter. I don't know. It was really, I don't know. It looked like a schoolyard, bickering going on. He was trying to, really go after the reporter. And I don't know. I know Trump, got under the skin of a lot of reporters, but this was like, I don't know. It was just, it looked like a schoolyard bully out there, and it's, because it was also because, you could tell that Biden just did not want to have to take questions and try to justify or, explain what he did or, how he developed things. But it was just really pretty sad to see. I mean, it was just, I don't know, one of the worst press conferences, for television events I think I've ever seen by a president. So did you say that was an extraction list, or did you misread that? And was that supposed to be an execution list that you said for the people that the Taliban had there to let through?
Yeah. They referred to it as an extraction list, but undoubtedly, Taliban says, hey, they just handed us all the SOBs that worked with them over the last 20 years.
There you go. Unreal. So I don't know, not a whole lot to say, and I mean it's just too bad that we have this loss. There shouldn't have been this loss whatsoever, and I don't know. It's just. Only thing you can say is kind of like Trump did. I hope all the people that voted the way they did are happy for the way they voted. So it's on the voters and the people who rigged the election. I still say there had to have been some ballot stuffing, ballot box stuffing with the mail-in ballots. I just hope they're all happy with what they got. So. Anyways, I don't know. What else can we say? But, hey, it's Friday. All set for the weekend?
I reckon I am.
So I hear the word is here now that this 90-degree weather is supposed to be hanging on till like Tuesday or Wednesday now. What's up with that? I thought it was supposed to end on the weekend. Now it's going up to like Tuesday and Wednesday.
I thought I told you it was going to cool off in the Northeast, but it's not going to make it quite as far south as D.C. and Baltimore.
Yeah.
Got to get up a little further to the north.
Must be you're trying to keep it alligator weather here.
Yeah, I got
anyways.
I got the scoop on your alligator here, and it's in southern Maryland, St. Mary's County. You familiar?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I make multiple deliveries down there. Any specific town in St. Mary's County?
Let me see. It's the alligator was spotted in a lake. They took video of it. Email confirming that the county is actively trying to trap the animal. And if they do catch it, they're going to send it to Florida. At this time, we're not releasing the exact location of where the, quote, small body of water is in St. Mary's County. According to the St. Mary's Government Department of Emergency Services, they said, we've begun a plan of action to trap this alligator. We're in a support role with the wildlife organization that are going to organize trapping. He'll be obtaining all the necessary permits to have the animal transferred to Florida. We're reaching out to all the homes that border this small body of water to inform them of our plan. So, okay, so they're not really divulging where he's at.
All right, so if anybody comes up missing a kitty cat or a small dog or something like that, then we'll all know why. Now, wait a minute. Now, you said they're going to ship it to Florida. Does Florida really need any more alligators?
Right.
I mean, they got problems with snakes and gators. You know, they end up in people's swimming pool. Do they really need another one? Couldn't they find a better place? Couldn't they send it to a zoo or something? I don't know. That's our fearless leaders in government. They're taking good care of us between alligators, COVID, and the military. Boy, oh boy. You better watch out, Steve. So, hey, with all that nonsense, you go out and try to find yourself more intelligent callers to make it to the end of the show there, all right? We'll catch
Thank you much.
next week there. Enjoy your weekend.
And I will tell you, it looks like a fairly decent-sized gator here. He ain't no little guy. Supposedly, I guess they had some calls last year, wildlife officials did, that there was an alligator initially reported to be on the loose in that area last year. But they said, oh, no, there ain't an alligator. The sighting was considered unfounded. They did not make any efforts to locate the damn thing. So, yeah, he's been living there for close to a year now. Wonder how many dogs and kitty catties he's ingested over the last year. Got to be surviving on something. Hey, we're up to our top of the hour news update, that means, as we roll into the midnight hour on the West Coast, 3 a.m. in the Eastern time zone. More to come after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden delivered a message to the Islamic State that took responsibility for carrying out twin suicide bombs outside the Kabul airport in Afghanistan.
We will not forgive. I will defend our interests and our people with every measure at my command. We will not forget.
He said he doesn't regret his decision to withdraw U.S. forces by the end of the month.
It was time to end a 20-year war.
Biden said he's ordering military chiefs to present a response to the attack. U.S. Central Command General Kenneth McKenzie said more attacks are possible.
We have other active threat streams, extremely active threat streams against the airfield. We want to make sure that we've taken the steps we need to take to protect ourselves there. So our focus is on that.
He said the U.S. is working with the Taliban on the mutual goal of getting U.S. troops out of Afghanistan by August 31st. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. Giza Dream Sheets as low as $49.99, but only if you use my promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The new jobs report shows there's more people on unemployment. USA Radio's Lance Pry reports.
The number of Americans seeking jobless benefits jumped last week from a pandemic-era low. Initial filings for unemployment benefits seen as a proxy for layoffs reached 353,000 last week. That's up from the previous week's revised number of 349,000. Economists surveyed by Dow Jones expected to see a rise in claims due to COVID-19 worries across the country. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Tropical storm Ida has brought heavy rains and storm surges to the Caribbean before heading into the Gulf of Mexico and strengthening. Tropical storm warnings are in effect for the Cayman Islands and the western part of Cuba. Ida is expected to strengthen as it heads north, becoming a hurricane by Saturday afternoon. It's forecast to make landfall along the Louisiana or Mississippi coast sometime on Sunday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
A congressman is speaking out after his unauthorized trip to Afghanistan. USA Radio's Dan Naraki has more.
A pair of American lawmakers who made an unauthorized trip to Afghanistan to witness the evacuations from Kabul's airport firsthand are on their way back to the United States. Congressman Seth Moulton of Massachusetts and Peter Meyer of Michigan have received backlash from both parties, accusing them of needlessly taking up resources on the ground. Meyer told Fox News that he wanted to share with the American people the stories of heroism he saw from American personnel during his time in the country.
You have individuals there in Kabul who evacuated the U.S. Embassy with moments' notice. I know soldiers who left behind their boots. They're wearing tennis shoes right now. Others who are in the same uniform they had when they evacuated the embassy 2 weeks ago because they didn't have time to grab their rucksack. They went right into Kabul airport, into chaos and pandemonium and tens of thousands overrunning the runway, and then pivoted to not only negotiating and having to deal with the Taliban as frankly a security partner rather than adversary, but also execute one of the most complicated logistical feats and probably the largest airlift in human history. These people are heroes. Their stories need to be told.
From the USA Radio News Ohio Bureau, I'm Dan Naraki.
The CDC has identified a brand of Italian meats linked to a salmonella outbreak. They said Fratelli Beretta brand prepackaged uncured antipasto trays. They said, if you have those products, throw them away. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, rolling. Make our way through the late night, early morning hours here on a Friday morning. Good to have you with us. I'd like to chime in. It is 844-844-3388. Another veteran speaking out this past day. Yeah, in that speech, as we just heard the clip in the news there, President vowing retribution to the terrorist behind the suicide bombing. Representative Brian Mast of Florida said, quote, He does not believe a single word that comes out of the man's mouth. I've got a lot of rage going through me, and truly, against this president. Now, Mast is a veteran of the Afghanistan war. He lost both of his legs in an IED explosion, said he'd already shed tears for the more than a dozen service members who were killed this past day. Biden vowed the masterminds of ISIS-K when he said, "We will hunt you down and make you pay." Mast said he's not inspired. Those are hollow words. It's hollow. His words are as hollow as his heart and his head. That's the truth of it. All this goes back to missteps from the very beginning. You look at everything that's gone on here. They've been messaging for the last week the exact opposite of what's going on in the world. He rebuked Biden for capitulating to the Taliban demands to get out by August 31. He said the president's intimidated by our enemy. He said today he wasn't going to be intimidated. Well, this happened precisely because he was intimidated. Every step he's taken has been because he was intimidated along the way. He's been worried about optics along the way. Mast said he is frustrated, sad, angry, and unwilling to listen to anything from Biden at this point. I could break things over what I'm seeing on this. I don't believe a single word that comes out of the man's mouth. The quote from Representative Brian Mast there in Florida. Does he happen to be your representative there in Florida, Philip?
What district is he, bud?
That I don't know. It's just Representative Mast.
Yeah, I don't know him.
No, doesn't ring a bell.
No, I'm getting a repeat when I say something. I can hear it again. Is that you or me?
I'm not hearing it on my end. You want to dial us back up? Because I think that happened to Horsefeather once, too.
I'm okay now. It went away. Thank you, Steve.
Okay.
I don't know what you did there, if you did anything. What do you think about Ida, bud?
Yeah, looks like I said when I started the program, looks like things are about to get real along the Gulf Coast, huh?
Yeah, it's lighting up. It's anywhere from the panhandle of Florida all the way over to Texas. It's not looking too good. And if you remember, we had Laura last year, so that's kind of freaking people out a little bit, especially it looks like a lot like New Orleans. But it's wrapping around now. I just looked at it on the radar. It's starting to wrap around. It isn't put together a lot better than I thought it would be. It's a right-handed storm right now from what I could see. But they're talking possibly, well, they know it's probably going to be around a 2.
Maybe 3.
To a 3 when maybe 3 when it hits. But we'll see how she rolls. Horse feathers, you want to know about where we take gators at down here in Florida. So if you ever come down to Orlando and you decide you want to go to Gatorland, and that's the name of the place, that's where they take all them gators up there from up north. They take them down there to Gatorland, and they put them on exhibit so you can see the gators when you come down to Florida. That's where a lot of them go. Now, if the guy is aggressive, which depends on his size and what's going on with him, then he'll be taken out. Yeah, and that's the way it works down here in Florida. If they're aggressive and they're going to be harming another animal or human or anything else, they're taken out. But and as far as where they go down here in Florida, other than that, horse feathers, if we find one over in one of our lakes, we call the game life, Florida Wildlife and Game. They come out, they take it over to, we got one big lake here that's not too far from my place called Lake Jessup, and they dump them in. We got about 400,000 of them guys in there. So it's a beautiful lake out there in the marsh, off the marsh. So they can live off the land and do what they need to do. So that's where they go in Florida when everybody takes them down. Steve, do you remember the one in Chicago?
Chicago. No, that's, well, somebody let a pet loose in the sewers or something?
He was actually up on I'm trying to think where he was at. They found him downtown in like one of the retention ponds or one of the basins downtown. And people would come out to the park and look at the pond and say, "Oh, look, there's a gator in the pond." Well, everybody thought it was a joke till one day one of the guys that actually took care of the custodial work at the pond area there where the park was saw it, and they reported it, and they watched him, and people were trying to get him for about a week or so. And then they brought up some trappers from Florida, and they brought him down. He's now on exhibit down in Gatorland, and the guy's living a pretty good life down there. I mean, you go to Gatorland, man, you get fed every day, get taken care of. You know, it's a zoo basically for alligators. And Horse Feather was talking about the zoos. When you have an alligator, especially up north, you got to be careful with the temperature with those guys. They don't like that cold. And that's what really surprises me about that guy. You know, he must be pretty thick-skinned or something, because usually them gators, they don't like that cold. That's the big thing with a gator. You don't like cold. So, but that's where they come to down here. If y'all want to come down and see, you can see they got one gator down there at Gatorland. His name's Pops. This guy he's probably what, 14 foot long, something like that. He's probably about as wide as an ATV tire.
Wow.
So, yeah, you can come on down here. He's good. And everybody thinks down here the gators are everywhere. Like, you look outside, you'll see them everywhere. They're not everywhere. They hate us. They really do hate us. The only time they eat things, like everybody's talking about the dogs and the animals, is when they're during their mating season. They get more hunger going on with all their aggression for mating and all that other stuff going on, and that's what happens. The animals they're very, very aggressive during their certain seasons of the year. I ain't going to go to a lake and play with a gator. I see a gator, there he is, a gator.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen people on the side of the road trying to take pictures of them stupid things and get themselves eaten up with that crap. You know, it's a cool animal, but it's not one to be screwing with. I wouldn't want to mess with him. Don't mess with them. That tail they got, Steve, they can swing it around and take you off your feet before you know it. That's how they do. They take you off your feet, get you on the ground, and then they chew you up. That's how they work. So you see a gator, they're cool looking, but don't screw with anything. As far as the snakes down here, I got a ton of snakes down here. Yeah, it's great. But I see them every day? No, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
They hate people. They hate us. So, but that's all I got for today, Steve. And hopefully Louisiana makes it through this. It looks more like a Louisiana storm than it does others. And the Saharan dust is burned off a little bit from us. And that storm we had last night that I saw that lightning with and everything, that was an upper level low that came through on us. And that boy hammered us big time. I mean, that was a quick little storm. It was vicious, and it blew all the Spanish moss off the trees. I mean, I come home yesterday afternoon, and it was like a hurricane had come through with the moss everywhere. So that was a quick upper level low. And if anybody wants to investigate that, check out what an upper level low is on your meteorology site. So We'll catch you later, Steve. You have a good one.
Thank you much. Yeah, you're good to hear from you, Philip. Have a great weekend. And hell, by the time we get back in here Sunday night into Monday morning, I mean, that's the time frame. Ida's supposed to be coming ashore. I mean, we may be able to have all the live updates as it's occurring on our next live program, because we're heading into the weekend here. And it's 844-844-3388. Take care of our quick 2-minute timeout. Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose, Blue Def Platinum. the best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
What else going on out there? Hey, we're kind of counting down the days. Yeah, California, what are the odds that current Governor Newsom survives? Voters are deciding now if Newsom gets to keep his job, and their verdict could actually have significant. It could reverberate from far beyond the state of California. Top officials from both parties, they tell us, are preparing to parse the results of the unexpectedly competitive recall election for what it means for next year's midterm election. Control of the U.S. Senate, a Democrat party that once thought they had a lockstep grip in the country's largest state, adding to scrutiny is a growing sense bolstered by the polls that the Democrats and Joe Biden's political fortunes have waned in recent months. The resurgence of COVID, the ongoings in Afghanistan, a loss for Newsom in deep blue California would underline the view that a party that won unified control of Washington less than a year ago is already facing a voter-led backlash. You think? It's one of these moments that people outside of California are actually doing a double take, saying, hey, wait a second. How are we even having a conversation about a Republican winning in California? Law and other strategists caution against over-interpreting the results of the race, pointing out that an odd-year election has a unique mix of factors that make it an imperfect indicator of the political climate. Some of them also acknowledge, though, surprise at the razor-thin margin as this thing heads down the home stretch. In what has become one of the country's biggest political stories this summer, to survive, Newsom needs a majority of voters to oppose the recall. But the recent polls say it's too close to call. If a majority of voters support the recall, then they will pick one of the 46 candidates on the ballot to become governor. 46? Is anybody out there that hasn't tossed their hat in the ring to become governor? Former conservative talk radio host Larry Elder has the most support among those 46. Even as polls show him receiving less than 30% of the vote in that divided field, but a Republican victory in a state where the GOP has not held statewide office in more than a decade could potentially send shockwaves through the country. It could very well be a bellwether for 22 according to one of the Newsom strategists. We have a turnout problem. The recall is all about the turnout challenge, and whether we're successful or unsuccessful is going to have huge national implications. All right, I guess they're recruiting everybody in the Democrat Party to come out there and try to help Newsom. Oh, none other than Vice President Kamala Harris is going to try to rally for the governor later today, as a matter of fact, in the Bay Area. Oh, Kamala. All right, who's next up here? What's happening this morning, Big Sexy? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Steve. You going to run for governor of California?
I don't think so. Not me. No, sir.
Hey, that alligator, they can send it over to Afghanistan and turn it loose.
Seeing eating some Taliban.
Yeah. You know, I heard today, I can't remember whether it was on Newsmax or on Frank Talk deal. They was talking about that ISIS-K. That, they said that started out of Iran and is ran by a former member of the Taliban. So, you know, they may fight among each other, but they hate us more than they hate each other.
Yes, sir.
And you think them two groups ain't working together? I mean, that was a hit list that they turned over.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that was.
Yep.
I can't believe we got an idiot in office that would do that. But, you know, I guess that's the way it is. You know, he said he wouldn't forget. He probably forgot before he ever got off the stage.
Yeah.
Way he is. And did you see, you didn't see the press conference, right?
No, I did not.
At one point there, he said, they told me I'm supposed to take a question from this reporter over here. Who tells the president who he can take questions from and who he can't? I mean, he's the president. He should be able to take a question from any reporter and he wants to.
But they keep him under their thumb. I mean, they give him, typically they got to have a list of questions first, and they know that ABC News is going to ask this, and NBC is going to ask that, and this is what you're going to say, and that's it. Don't take anybody else.
And that Circleback girl, what's her name?
Jen Psaki, yeah, Circleback.
Yeah. Did you see her press conference?
No.
When she got done, she just about ran from that podium getting out of there. They was asking questions that she didn't like. She was in a hurry to get out of there. She just about ran away from that podium back to past that curtain and out of there. That storm is coming in. That looks like that may come right up the river.
Mm-hmm.
The last deal I saw on it, I don't know if you've seen that. I sent you on it. Sent you a picture of projected path of it, and that cone's still awful wide right now. I've seen a deal from the Weather Service says where I'm at could expect, 3 to 4 inches if it goes where they're projecting. So we may have a wet few days the first part of the week. I hope not.
Yeah.
These farmers around here are just about getting ready to harvest these crops. They don't need that rain. That's the last thing they need right now, a heavy wind rain event. But I can't think of what else I got for you. I guess that's about it. So I'll just, like old Moose said, keep it between the spotted and the solid and sit back and copy the mail.
All right. Thanks for checking in. Have a good weekend there, Big Sexy. Yeah, water temperatures in the Gulf of Mexico. That's what I was kind of looking at. I mean, for many, many miles offshore, the water temperatures, sea surface temperatures, as they call it, are 86 to 88 degrees. I mean, all along off the west coast of Florida, the entire Gulf Coast over into the Texas coast. So very warm waters. You get that right there closer to shore from Houston to New Orleans. They're saying water temperatures are 88 to 90 degrees. So that's why some of these models are depicting it's going to develop into a Category 1 probably by Saturday morning. Hits Category 2 Sunday morning. And that as it gets into those really, almost hot waters, as it approaches shore, it very well could jump up to a Category 3. I mean, 88 to 90 degree water temperatures, it's like feeding us a super feed for a tropical system. Like Miracle Grow for your plants, right? Let me see. Vic is on the line. Happy Friday. What's going on, Vic?
Oh, not a lot, Steve. Hey, before I forget, I appreciate all that information you sent me there. I did not realize that much research had been done. And I was, what I want to say, a little lax in not looking up the active ingredient in ivermectin. And when streptomyces showed up there, that brought a ton of memories there.
Mm-hmm.
And ivermectin.
So you spent you spent some time going through some of those studies, and you know a whole lot more about the chemicals and stuff than I do. But I mean, my doctor refusing to prescribe the stuff to me, and for doctors around the country, I don't think if they have done their due diligence and actually looked. I mean, overwhelming majority of that research showed significant benefits from ivermectin, did it not?
Right. There's ivermectin, and then there's avermectin. And both of those come from the streptomyces. And there has been a ton of research on this. But the thing that amazed me was that this seems to be a tropical disease, and it seemed like it all came back to mosquito-borne illnesses. I didn't realize it, but ivermectin actually kills all the turtles. They had a fancy name for it. I forget what it was. Something like accretion or something like that. Instead of just putting down there, it kills hard-shelled amphibians, turtles, terrapins, and that type of stuff. But the reason that's important is they're a known reservoir for the herpes virus. I mean, there is so much stuff, and like I said, I haven't really been active in that since 1984. But for the people that are supposed to be keeping up on all this, I just, as I've said time and again, I don't understand how they can't get to the bottom of where this thing came from. And I know that the Chinese want to blame the United States, and the only connection that I can think of was, I don't know if you ever heard of Unit 731 in Japan, but that was a unit that committed war crimes. But to get Japan to surrender, we agreed not to try the emperor or anybody there for war crimes. And when it even came out what Unit 731 was up to with all their human experimentations, General MacArthur decided not to commit them, not to try them for war crimes. If they would come to Fort Detrick, Maryland, and share their information with us. So a lot of the Japanese scientists from Unit 731 wound up at Fort Detrick, and now the Chinese are saying that COVID-19 actually came from Fort Detrick. So I don't know if there's any connection there or not. But all this stuff with the COVID-19, what's going on in Afghanistan, that is just typical of the Democrat management by crisis. And if there isn't a crisis, they will create one. And that's where, when Red Mule was talking about these generals and comparing it to school, well, there were those in school that got social promotions. There was another group in the class that were the teachers' pets, got grades above what they really earned because they, were apple polishers. And then you had the other people that, actually learned and got what they deserved. Well, we've had a lot of apple polishers in the military when they came along with climate change. Remember that they have been saying for 10 years now, that the greatest threat to America was climate change. Well, all those generals that were saying that, they got promoted. So I don't know if they can recognize a true military crisis right now or not. Excuse me. But, I mean, everything they're doing in Afghanistan right now, that's about as upside down and bass-backwards as I ever heard, because anyone that's been in the military or had any sort of access to any sensitive information, when you have to so-called bug out the first thing you do is you destroy, all your paperwork, all your sensitive paperwork. You burn it, you bury it, you do something with it, shred it, whatever. You don't leave it to the enemy, and you certainly don't hand it over to the enemy. So, the whole thing, I've never seen, I'd never in my life imagined that the people of the United States would elect such an incompetent group of people. And you really have to wonder, are they really the enemy within, or are they a greater threat than what the Taliban could ever be? I mean, we're slowly destroying ourselves. And if we can't, getting rid of Biden would be nice, but we have to get rid of the whole group at the top, because I just can't imagine anybody would do this to the country and think they're going to come out ahead, because, Steve, we have emboldened a group of people that have no problem using sarin gas in a subway, blowing up buildings. I mean, just look at the people they have emboldened. And if they don't think that they're not coming to America, they need a reality check. And with that, I'll let you go, Steve.
All right. Have a great weekend, Vic. Thanks for chiming in. Yeah, I sent him that link that I had shared on my Facebook page, talking about the ivermectin research, where there are just, like I said, there's reams of information and studies that have come in showing the positive attributes that apparently many physicians in this country have not taken the time to look into. As I mentioned last evening, they're just getting their walking orders from old loony bird Fauci, the FDA, the National Institutes of Health, the CDC, who are all on a pre-imposed transcript of gotta get the vaccine, gotta get the vaccine. That's the only thing that works. Gotta get the vaccine. Be back after this. News break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden with a direct message for those responsible for the bombing attack that claimed the lives of at least 13 service members in Kabul. He says he's ordered military commanders to strike the Islamic State.
We will respond with force and precision at our time, at the place we choose, in a moment of our choosing.
He called the slain service members heroes.
They're the spine of America, the best the country has to offer.
Biden says the U.S. will complete the evacuations of Americans and Afghan allies.
We will not be deterred by terrorists.
He ordered all flags to be flown at half-staff in honor of the 12 Marines and 1 Navy medic who were killed. U.S. Central Command says 18 Americans have been wounded. They are being flown out on military aircraft with surgical units on board. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, veterinarian physician and founder of Youngevity, and I want to talk about dementias. There's at least a dozen different dementias. Doctors call all of them Alzheimer's disease because when you look at the payout list, Alzheimer's disease pays the most. So no matter which of the 12 dementias you have, they're going to call it Alzheimer's disease, and there's no law that says you can't have 2 or 3 or 5 or 8 or all 12 of the dementias. And so you have to get rid of all the bad stuff. No fried foods, no processed meats, no oils, no gluten, no wheat, bran, rhinos, no sugar. And then I want you to take 1 Healthy Brain and Heart pack per 100 pounds of body weight. That's 1 Healthy Brain and Heart pack per 100 pounds of body weight. I want you to take the Ultimate Niacin plus 1 of those twice a day. Our De-Stress capsules, 3 of those twice a day. That's 2 bottles a month. Then I want you to take the Ultimate Daily Classic tablets, 3 of those twice a day per 100 pounds of body weight in case you have vascular dementia. And don't forget those 3 eggs twice a day, because remember, 75% of your brain weight is cholesterol. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, thank you much, and welcome back. Here on a Friday morning, great to have you with us. Get back to the calls here. Hey, Spaceman's on board. Hello, Spaceman. Had some folks asking about you. What happened to Spaceman? He hadn't called in a while. Let me see. He sent me earlier, right about when we first got the show up and running. He was. We did touch on that story last evening about all the students and parents that were taking a summer vacation in Afghanistan, no less. Who in the hell has the brilliant idea of even suggesting something like that to begin with? And what was the number, like 20 students and 16 parents, something like that, that are can't get out of Afghanistan now? How are we going to get them out? Yeah, just an ignorant move to go to a place like that where terrorists roam the country freely. Then he sent me a link here a few minutes ago, and yeah, this is the trend we're seeing everywhere you turn. You're not going to be able to do this. You're not going to be able to do that. So many things to make your life miserable if you are not vaccinated. Now, I find it rather interesting that as the number of what they call breakthrough cases continues to grow, I don't know how much of a difference it's actually going to be making, but Live Nation recently announcing that proof of vaccination or a negative COVID test will be required for entry to any Live Nation owned or operated venue or festival in the United States this fall. This is a company that promotes, operates, manages ticket sales for live entertainment in this country and all around the world. Enforcement begins October 4th. This mandate, they say, will be applied to both concert goers and musical acts where permitted by law. I wonder how many musical acts fall into the category of not wanting to get the vaccination. I know there's some. Live Nation said best practices have also been developed for artists to request these policies at third-party venues. Vaccines are going to be your ticket back to shows. As of October 4th, we will be following the model that was developed for Lollapalooza and requiring this for artists, fans, and employees at Live Nation venues and festivals everywhere possible in the country. They are also mandating employees be vaccinated by October 4th. This news after AEG, another leader in concerts and live events, announced proof of vaccination will be required for entry into their owned and operated clubs, theaters, and festivals as of October 1. AEG did not make any mention of negative COVID test being acceptable in lieu of proof of vaccination. Live Nation's policy is similar to how Broadway is approaching the situation. Okay, who's next up here? Not sure who we got on the line.
Oh, it's Heatwave again. I appreciate the pick up there.
Okay.
Yeah, to the family of our dearly departed Possum Breath, not Possum Breath, he's still with us. It's Dirty Diapers. My mistake, Possum. Dirty Diapers to your family. You rest in peace, and your family. My heartfelt condolences for your loss. Yeah, I think I had asked, I guess Monday, if you had heard from the family, and I guess that was right in the middle of their grieving. So yeah, best wishes and yeah. Well, I mean, what more can you say? We've had so much sad news out here about drivers passing away or the spouses passing away, and it just, man, I tell you what, I look forward to the day where we have nothing but good news to talk about. So, yeah, Eagle, I appreciate your passion. I really do. But, brother, you've got to learn one thing. The $2 bill
is legit.
legitimate.
You meant to say $3 bill.
I'm sure he did, and I'm sure he meant to say down the river when they were selling a bill of goods. But, I'm not picking on you, Eagle. I love you. I really appreciate your passion for, this country. And the passion that you have is speaking your mind against the Biden thing, which we all know is a sham, and it was from day one. I mean, how in the hell do you go from leading 750,000 votes at midnight and then wind up losing
at 4 a.m.
250,000 at 4 in the morning? Yeah, that's BS. I call it. There, I said it. Chevy guy, I know you and we've talked about it, and I know that I think we all agree We needed to get out of Afghanistan. 20 years of politicians tying the hands of the military. Yeah, that was uncalled for. But for folks who think that this is Trump's screw up, Trump set goals, and if the other side didn't meet it, we weren't going to leave any sooner until the other side met these goals that he had hammered out with the Taliban. You know, Biden, like Eagle said, he just probably wanted to say, "I'm a hero. I took him out after 20 years." Well, yeah, this is going to fall on him for the rest of his life and unnatural life. The history books are going to paint him as the biggest damn idiot there ever was that walked the earth. Oh, man. So, but, yeah, Chevy guy, I agree. It needed to be done, but not in the way that Biden did it. And I am a member of the Air Force basic military training schools of the 1980s. And there was one old boy on there. They were talking about, you know, it's not supposed to be political, but I think they bend the rules a little bit. And they were saying, you know, they had 13 killed, 11 killed, whatever it was, as far as the Marines went. And, you know, there are people, surprisingly enough, that still think that the everything that goes wrong in the Biden administration is because of Trump. I mean, how often have you seen a government, illegitimate as it may be, get installed and just absolutely kill the country within 7 months? I've not read of that in history. I mean, hell, it took Hitler a long damn time to destroy his economy, you know, with the war. But my goodness gracious, to absolutely do the crap that Biden has done, you know, like I said, the whole damn bunch needs to go. And you have to go through the first 6 or 7 layers of people before you actually find somebody that's got common sense that says, you know what, you need to work for the people, because you do work for the people there, Uncle Joe. You do work for the people. That's what you wanted. That's what your Democrat operatives wanted. That's what the cheaters that stuffed the ballots wanted. They wanted you in. Well, you're there. You know, do something positive. Well, enough of my rant. So, Knucklebuster, man, before you go, can you sing that song that they sang on Mars Attacks, where that old boy was a yodeling and just making those Martians' head explode in their helmets? I need to have bleeding eardrums and a bloody nose and bleeding eyes before you go, because that's going to be 2 weeks of the DTs I'm going to have.
Oh, well, yeah.
So.
What was the name of that song? Was it Slim Whitman, or I can't remember who that was.
You know what? D Ranger told me who it was, and I wrote it down, and I've got it here some damn where. But yeah, it was I was going to say Fair and Young, but maybe I'm wrong on that one.
Well, it was a
Slim
song
Whitman.
that would make your ears bleed. Well, of course, it made the Martians' heads explode.
Yeah. Was it the Cowboy Yodel or something to that effect? I don't know, but I mean, it was funny. And yeah, you know, folks, if I didn't love you, I wouldn't give you that much grief. And that's what old Moose tells me all the time. So anyway, all righty, sir. We'll holler at y'all later. You have yourself a good night.
All right. There you go. Have a great weekend there, 10 before the hour, and we'll be back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. youthfountain.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
That's right, that's where we are. Live from the secret bunker here on a Friday morning. Yeah, I'll be honest, I didn't even realize that you could run up to your pharmacy and apparently purchase a COVID test to take it home. I guess I'm way behind. The reason I find out is because apparently CVS is announcing that they're going to be putting limits on the number of tests you can purchase, limiting customers' purchases of rapid over-the-counter COVID test with a maximum of 6 packages available online or 4 in the actual pharmacy, because the Delta variant has spurred such demand, so many people needing to be tested. Put in place this week, the limits apply to Abbott Laboratories' Binax Now, along with a test from the startup known as Elum. According to the email from CVS, both tests are available without a prescription. But surging interest in the rapid virus tests have made the products a scarce commodity right now at some of the online retailers and certain stores. Demand for testing is rising just as the Delta variant threatens many people's plans to go back to work and go back to school. Online availability of COVID tests may shift based on demand, and the company's working with their suppliers to meet their testing needs, they tell us. This change made this week in order to serve our customers' over-the-counter testing needs is simply due to high demand. Supplies will be constrained in the coming weeks as manufacturing ramps back up. Just as we've done throughout the pandemic, Abbott is deploying our resources from all over the company to help quickly meet rising demand. So there you go. But yeah, before that, I didn't even know you could run up to CVS to get a quick test. I thought you had to go to your doctor or one of these testing facilities out there and all that good stuff. So now we know. All right, what's going on this morning, Pappy?
Steve, it's funny you bring that up. Man, my sinus has been jacked up for a week. I thought maybe it was just the bad air quality we've been having here. But I started to develop a cough yesterday.
Uh-oh.
Kind of got worse. So I thought, man, I think I got the COVID, man. So I ran up to Walgreens and and got one of their over-the-counter tests you were just talking about, and it came back negative. And they say they're on the box. It said it's 90-something% accurate. So I'm pretty confident. I guess I don't got it, but even when I thought I had it, Steve, I didn't have any regrets about not taking the vaccine. But then again, I wasn't on a ventilator.
Well, yeah,
but man, I feel like crap, Steve. Steve, this press conference by Biden, total disgrace, man. Let me tell you something, Steve. Anybody's been in the military, law enforcement, even in business, man. When the leader walks into the room, you know who's leading, Steve. You know what I'm saying? You follow me? We've had situations, where, we had all 19, or what we call Signal 19, is where we all meet somewhere before we go over and surround this house, to go get somebody. And who's leading, with confidence. And Biden was a disgrace, man. He literally, Steve, he took his head when he was talking to the Fox reporter, the very last question. He took his head and put it down on the podium, Steve, for like 30 seconds. I literally hung his head down.
I saw the pictures of that. I mean, it looked like, was he praying or something? I don't know. He didn't know what to say.
Well, he asked, like the other caller said, he was trying to ask him a question, trying to kind of put it on Trump. And when the reporter wasn't falling into his little trap, he just hung his head down, man, and left it there for like 30 seconds. But let me tell you something, Steve. I heard this on pretty good authority that they were talking about the Biden administration. If veterans refuse to take the vaccine, they were talking about cutting their VA benefits. Now, this was several days ago. I think after what transpired today, if they actually go through with that, they would be, they're already buffoons. But could you imagine that, Steve? As bad as they're pushing this vaccine to do that to veterans even. You don't take the vaccine. We're not, they already said that, the ones that are active duty right now, if you don't take it, they are going to court-martial you. But to tell the veterans that served and fought for this country, shed blood, that if you don't take the vaccine, we're cutting your VA benefits. This is out of control, Steve. Out of control. We got 80. Steve, did you hear this? We got 80 people that was arrested on January the 6th at the Capitol. None of them were arrested that day, right? FBI went around and looked at all these surveillance videos to find out, who was inside the Capitol. And they hunted down and rounded up 80 people and arrested them. Steve, they've been in jail, right? They refused to give them bond. We're talking about a trespassing charge here, Steve. None of them was armed with a firearm. I'm not saying, if any of them are guilty of whatever. But, Steve, they're not even allowing their attorneys to see them. They're not even allowing the attorneys to make phone calls to them. They're not giving them any representation. Now, Sidney Powell was General Flynn's attorney, his second attorney, when she uncovered all the shenanigans, that the United States federal prosecutors were doing on General Flynn. So she took up, and she's representing a lot of these people being held. And I saw an interview with her, and she was saying they are refusing to let us even see these people. We've been calling, trying to get at least a phone call with these people being held without bail. Steve, some of them haven't even been charged.
How can they?
When I heard
how is that
like,
possible? I mean, isn't there something called due process?
Yes, habeas corpus. I mean, Steve, to think they're holding these people without even charging them. You know, she said they're political prisoners, Steve. This government is out of control, Steve. Unbelievable.
And they've been holding them for months, right? They've been there for months now.
Yes. You know, we talked about this a few times, about that plot that kidnapped the Michigan governor, where 12 of the 18 conspirators were FBI informants, Steve. What is the FBI concocting this plan, right? And then get their informants to con these people into committing this crime, knowing that, you know, they're going to be able to stop it before it occurs and make it look like they're the bad guys. That the government, I mean, if that's true, that possibly the FBI formed a plot and used informants, you know, to facilitate. Oh my God.
Facilitate it, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I know, exactly.
Over the counter meds are kicking in, Steve.
That is entrapment, is it not? Undoubtedly.
Yes, sir. Man, Steve, we need Trump said it from the very beginning in 2016. You talked about drain the swamp, Steve. We need to drain the swamp, man, and flush it down the toilet. We need a total overhaul, man. It better come. 2022 better be the start of it. It better keep on going up to 2024. If we don't take over the House and the Senate in 2022, Steve, I don't know, man. I think people's going to give up hope.
Almost feel like
it's
going to be almost impossible. And you hear that, you know, what do they call buyer's remorse? That even many of the, call them moderate Democrats, the hardcore Democrats, they'll never admit any mistakes of any kind. But moderates are kind of seeing the fact that, we kind of screwed up here. What have we gotten ourselves into? Well, we're going to get ourselves into our final hour here just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden with a direct message for those responsible for the bombing attack that claimed the lives of at least 13 service members in Kabul. He says he's ordered military commanders to strike the Islamic State.
We will respond with force and precision at our time, at the place we choose, in a moment of our choosing.
He called the slain service members heroes.
They're the spine of America, the best the country has to offer.
Biden says the U.S. will complete the evacuations of Americans and Afghan allies.
We will not be deterred by terrorists.
He ordered all flags to be flown at half-staff in honor of the 12 Marines and 1 Navy medic who were killed. U.S. Central Command says 18 Americans have been wounded. They are being flown out on military aircraft with surgical units on board. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energized Health are regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. The results? People lose fat fast while still eating many of the foods they love. You can too. Plus, supercharge your energy and boost your immune system. You'll look and feel years younger. It's simple and natural without painful exercise. How do I know? Because I've only been on the program for a few short months, and I've already lost 25 pounds of inner body fat, and I've gained 10 pounds of muscle. But don't just take my word for it. Go to EnergizedHealth.com and check out hundreds of amazing testimonials. For all the details, click on the red button. Watch the masterclass at EnergizedHealth.com. It's free, or cut to the chase. Join right now at 888-444-8895. Toll free 888-444-8895. Mention war and get 40% off. 40% off! Go now to EnergizedHealth.com, 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker is requiring all educators from kindergarten through college to get a COVID-19 vaccine, along with higher education students and all healthcare workers in the state.
Unfortunately, our current vaccination levels are not enough to blunt the ferocity of the Delta variant hospitalization surges in some regions.
He also imposed a statewide indoor mask mandate for anyone over the age of 2. The White House has canceled what was expected to be President Biden and new Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett's first face-to-face meeting and rescheduled it for Friday. The schedule change came after twin explosions at the airport in Kabul, Afghanistan, killed dozens, including U.S. service members. Biden's planned meeting with a bipartisan group of governors on the resettlement of Afghan refugees was also postponed. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's My Pillow, My Slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. My Pillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listeners special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
A doctor in Alabama is putting his foot down regarding COVID-19 vaccinations. USA's Tim Berg reports.
Dr. Jason Valentine, a physician at Diagnostic and Medical Care Infirmary Health in Mobile, Alabama, recently posted a photo on his Facebook page showing him next to a sign that says, effective October 1st, Dr. Valentine will no longer see patients that are not vaccinated against COVID-19. Valentine saying he's currently in the process of mailing a letter to patients about his decision. He posted a copy of that letter online. As far as the legality of a doctor denying patients service, Quentin Brogdon is with Crane, Brogdon, and Rogers. He tells USA Radio News.
As far as I know, under the law, Tim, there's nothing that per se prevents a physician from terminating or even failing to start a patient relationship as long as it's not due to discriminatory reasons such as age, sex, race, sexual orientation, religion, or national origin. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 keeps doctors from denying service for those inappropriate reasons. But otherwise, doctors can deny care as long as, a patient is not in an emergency scenario.
Doctors in Florida also walking off the job in protest of folks being unvaccinated in their state. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, final hour, off and rolling here on a Friday. Now, looks like this past day, North Carolina's Attorney General suing a gas station for price gouging. Remember the fuel shortage, that ransomware attack earlier this year? Stein announcing the suit against Mansa Travel Center out of Charlotte, also known as Queens Market, located in Charlotte, for allegedly violating the price gouging law when the Colonial Pipeline was shut down. Of course, the governor had declared a state of emergency due to the fuel shortages by that disruption. According to the lawsuit, Queens Market upped their prices to $3.19 per gallon for regular gas, $9.99 per gallon for mid-grade, and $9.99 a gallon for premium. Even though the station did not incur any actual increase in fuel cost. They are seeking restitution for customers, in addition to legal fees and civil penalties. This gas station wildly overpriced their gas to take advantage of the pipeline shutdown and people's desperation. It is against the law for businesses to take advantage of a state of emergency to exploit their customers. I'll do everything in my power to hold price gougers accountable. There was a TikTok user and a truck driver who drew attention to the issue after filling up on gas in her personal vehicle. That video garnered 2.5 million views, and that video was actually named in the criminal complaint. And we had talked a couple nights ago, wasn't it? I mentioned they're in Australia where they are planning protests. Truck drivers are planning on blocking routes in and out. What city was that? It's just, they're trying to essentially shut the country down due to these vaccine mandates and COVID restrictions. I mean, many areas are on lockdown there in Australia. Well, surprisingly, or maybe not so surprisingly, a trucker-founded anti-vaccine mandate protest is seemingly in the works at the end of the month, according to several trucker social media groups. If carried out, the demonstration would be an alliance between healthcare workers, truckers, military members, and other citizens around the country, and protest the requirement of a COVID vaccine for employment, travel, and more. The demonstrators, seemingly headed by a truck driver on TikTok, they will gather at various locations across the country on Tuesday, August 31, the same day the Australian trucker protest is being held. In addition to the nearly viral TikTok videos put out by this driver, there is a Facebook group entitled Stop the Tires 2020, a group that attempted to organize a nationwide demonstration against the election results and COVID lockdowns last year. They got wind of the potential strike, and they're calling for all drivers to stop their trucks for one day. When I say it's not about the trucking industry, it's not about the trucking industry, says the TikTok guy, disrespected trucker. We just have the power to shut the country down. We're asking on Tuesday, 31st, everybody not go to work. Disrespected trucker explains, if you're on the road, shut your truck down. These are guys that plan on putting their trucks across the road. There's guys who plan on parking on the side of the road, parking at home, at truck stops. I'm not telling anyone how to do it or what to do. I'm just telling people to shut your trucks down and nobody go to work for Tuesday. Maybe for the rest of the week until we get their attention in D.C. We're going to have to keep putting up with this BS mandates. What's going on with the nurses and the military right now is not right. So we're going to stand up for freedom. As I said, in regards to the Australia protest, will there be wide participation, or like most of the events where they try to have shutdowns and stoppages, since I've been involved in truck radio, there's sometimes they'll get some media attention, but nary anybody, nobody notices because there's just not enough participation. I would suspect that's probably going to be the case here next Tuesday as well, but we shall see, right? That's the first I had heard of it, and it's just a couple days away. So, Hillbilly Tex, what's going on?
Good morning, Steve. Let me tell you something before I get blowed up or kicked off of the air. Anybody don't like it, I won't explain something. I support my country. I support my flag. I support my military. And I support the POPO, the firefighters and ETMSs and all the nurses and hospital workers. I support every one of them, 100%. But now, let me tell you something. My son spent 2 tours over there at Baghdad, Iraq. Luckily, we got him home with no major injuries. But now, I respect my flag more than anybody in the world. But the day Joe Biden took office, I turned my flag upside down, and it's no disrespect. That's just an international sign of distress, and this country is in a hell of a distress right now. So I don't want no drive-by shootings over here because I'm worried about this country, Steve. And another thing, we got 72 hours before that damn hurricane hits off over yonder in New Orleans. They better be getting them folks in the 9th Ward on them school buses, getting their ass out from there. And I'll be on the after hours show. Thank you.
Good to hear from you, Hillbilly Tex. I mean, as quickly as this is all supposed to unfold there in Louisiana, I was just looking at the models, as they call it. Yeah, the spaghetti models. I hadn't pulled them up until just a few moments ago. And I was going to check to see how much discrepancy is there between models. A lot of times you'll see zigzags, and one's taking it over here, another taking it over there. One takes it to Florida, one takes it. I don't know that I've ever seen models in this tight of a uniform pattern. Yeah, they're pretty much all locked in agreement, 100%, straight line up into central, either from south central Louisiana to southeastern Louisiana. That's a pretty tight pattern. Yeah, none of them deviating from that. Very interesting. I mean, that's... All right, let me see here. 19 past the hour. What's happening this morning? Buster, what's on your mind?
Hello, Steve. Yeah, Steve, this time of year, like you said, 16 years to the day, the New Orleans deal is pretty wild time of the month. Philip mentioned, all that, but he didn't mention anything about the space shot. Google it this past week since I'm on my way down to Florida for my vacation near Port Canaveral, but there's supposed to be a space shot tomorrow morning at 3:37. Supply ship going up to the space station. So that's going to be we'll see if that happens. I'm going to drive over there and check it out. I saw one last year right after sunset. That's a pretty awesome thing. Hey, Steve, everybody needs to get their gasoline, keep their gas tank topped off, because I'm sure there's going to be a spike of fuel costs from the hurricane. And I want to say, Hillbilly, I love you. And Eagle, my flag's upside down on my pickup truck as I hit this tonight or this morning. And then I want to know if we're going to do anything like a petition. Us drivers, can we go to a website and petition our President Biden do not go to D.C. To New York for the September 11th memorial, because it's all political in this situation, and luckily it's no one can go except the immediate family members. So hopefully they will protest, because after 20 years, the way we left, it leaves you a bad taste in your mouth because Trump would have not done it this way. I know for a fact that he started this process when it was cold and wintry, so the terrorists could not come across the mountains. And that's when you should try to exit out of that country slow, but get all our people out first, Steve. But in the middle of summer, this is not the time to have done what they've done. But, man, we're in a bad situation. But you know what, Steve? I'm going to be there actively pushing the midterm election as a patriot. And anyway, thanks for having your show. And I'll be listening to all the reruns this weekend as I mess around in Florida.
All right. Well, have fun down there. And I'm looking. Yeah, you are correct. It is Saturday he's talking about. That would be a SpaceX launch. The Dragons launched the 23rd commercial resupply services mission. Target for liftoff 3:37 a.m. Eastern Time, Kennedy Space Center. Backup launch opportunity available on Sunday at 3:14 a.m. Eastern. First stage booster had been previously used, supported SpaceX's Crew 1 and Crew 2 missions that actually launched astronauts to the International Space Station, and the launch of SXM-8. Following stage separation, SpaceX will land the Falcon 9 first stage on the A shortfall of Gravitas, the drone ship that will be located in the Atlantic. So, yeah, countdown clock is ticking. He is correct for a Saturday morning, 3:37 a.m. launch. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020. Do
you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now, one of my Facebook friends, Gerald, shared a story, just comments made by another girl this past day, Christy Krebling, in regards to the news out of Kabul. She says at least 13 families across the U.S. will be receiving a Gold Star pin after they get a knock at the door informing them that their loved one gave their life in Afghanistan today. 13 families will have to plan funerals 13 families will cry out in pain. 13 families will fall to their knees. 13 families' lives will forever change today. To those 13 families, we honor you, we love you, we will never forget the sacrifices your loved ones gave. And finally, we promise you we will never forget. Let that sink in. Be outraged about that. She says, I have no words, my heart breaks. Saying extra prayers for all the service members in Afghanistan right now, sending extra hugs to the ones that have already served who may be struggling with what's transpiring there now. Let's see. Hello there, Gilligan.
Hello. Good morning, Steve. I definitely agree wholeheartedly with what you read there, lady. And I can't imagine, say, being a parent and getting that knock at the door that my daughter served, who was in the military and lost her life over there.
Yeah.
That's just something I cannot imagine. Fortunately, she's in college and studying law enforcement. So I'm still a little scared with that. But, you got to support them any way you can. Did you see that story I sent you from Yahoo News about the Taliban leaders? Have you seen that yet? I emailed it to you earlier.
Yeah, promising that women will have rights in that country, which, I mean, that's a bunch of BS right now because they're already forcing those women to put on their face coverings, or they're beating them up if they're walking down the street without being accompanied by a male, if I understand.
Well, read it. He will give them the rights allotted to them by Islamic law.
That's the key right there.
That's have no rights under Islamic law. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it amazes me that people would think, well, looky here, they're giving the women their rights back. No, they're not giving their rights back. They're making them live just like they did before we went in there. It's the same song and dance by these idiots. Anyway. I keep hearing these libtards talking about how this is all Trump's fault because he negotiated this deal with the Taliban.
Right. Yeah.
Well, the catch to that is there was preset conditions on what Trump negotiated with. The Taliban threw all that away. And I guarantee you, Trump was in there, and the troops wouldn't have come out the way they would, and they may have come out. But I guarantee you, he wouldn't have left the guys, the people behind. He wouldn't have left the equipment behind and all that. If this is just like Vietnam. I hate to say it, but God darn it, pardon my French. It is. Because look at how we left our POWs back in Vietnam, and how it took years for some of them to ever get out of there. Look at the equipment we left in Vietnam. You would think we would learn our lesson that this stuff does not work. Now, wouldn't you? I mean, it just infuriates me. I know a lot of your callers. I agree. Chevy guy, you're absolutely right. We should have been out there a long time ago, but we should have got out there the right way. And I know I'm echoing the voice of many of these people that just listen to your show. But I tell you what, I got something more later now. Knuckle Buster is supposed to be off for the next 2 weeks on vacation.
Yes,
right?
sir. That's correct.
Well, I believe I can fill in for him. Oh, Lord, it's hard to be humble when you're perfect in every way.
Oh, boy.
What do you think? You think I sound as good as Knuckle Buster?
Oh, my. Gilligan says, stick to your current occupation, drive the damn truck. Woo! It is news break time. Oh, boy. Around the country as we start heading down the home stretch on a Friday morning. It is 844-844-3388. Checking out the latest, you'll get the update on Ida, which may be impacting Gulf Coast. Forecasters predicting a formidable storm, maybe reaching Category 3, which would put it in major hurricane status. Arrival sometime late Sunday into early Monday. There's not a whole lot of time for people to make preparations. More to come after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is mourning the loss of the 13 service members who were killed in a bomb attack at the airport in Kabul, Afghanistan.
The lives we lost today were lives given in the service of liberty, the service of security, in the service of others, in the service of America.
He said to those who carried out the attack, "We will not forgive, we will not forget, and we will make you pay." U.S. Central Command General Kenneth McKenzie Jr. said the mission will continue.
Despite this attack, we are continuing the mission.
He said they are coordinating with the Taliban.
They have a practical reason for wanting us to get out of here by the 31st of August, and that's that they want to reclaim the airfield. We want to get out by that day too, if it's going to be possible to do so. So we share a common purpose.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A good bingo for radio bingo. Bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to bingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Radio bingo's in the house.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, I saw here that there was a passenger on a Carnival cruise ship left out of Galveston back in late July. She contracted COVID. And I guess she died a few days ago. She's a 77-year-old female. She was among the 27 reported positive cases aboard the Carnival Vista. One of the highest number of publicly recorded cases of a ship sailing from the U.S. since they restarted cruising. All 27 who tested positive were fully vaccinated. According to the health authorities there in Belize, which was one of their destinations, passengers and crew on multiple ships leaving the U.S. or Caribbean have tested positive since June. Most of the cases, they say, are mild cases or asymptomatic cases. Cruise lines are sailing with the vast majority of passengers vaccinated to avoid outbreaks like they saw when the whole industry was grounded back in early 2020, wasn't it? Carnival requires anyone over the age of 12 to be vaccinated with extremely limited exceptions. A medical condition that would not allow to take the shot. That line, along with some of the competitors, have tightened their protocols in recent days as more and more destinations are putting vaccine requirements in place. In other words, unvaccinated people, you can't come into port. I think the Bahamas has implemented that as well. Can't port in the Bahamas. And there are some of the cruise lines, Royal Caribbean, Carnival, that actually own some of the island destinations there. And even if they own the destination, Bahamas says you can't port there unless everybody's vaccinated. Meanwhile, yes, Red Mule, hey there.
Hey, Steve, somebody mentioned earlier about Trump being on Hannity's show, and I listened to that, and maybe I misunderstood, or maybe you've covered this before, but I got from what Trump was saying that according to his plan, when he was going to get all the troops out of Afghanistan, he was still going to keep that, what was that, air base?
The Bagram.
Biden closed down.
Bagram Air Base.
Trump was going to go ahead and keep that open because it would give access to China and Iran or Iraq, whatever it was. Had you heard that?
I had not per se heard that. I know that I've heard about the stipulations and all the quote conditions. So some of the conditions they say were classified. They never released what they were, but apparently Biden didn't follow those.
Well, that would explain why Biden was in such a big hurry to close it down, because he's tried to undo everything else Trump has done. And if he knew that Trump planned on keeping that open, just isolated by itself, that would explain why he shut that down before he did everything else, don't you think?
That wouldn't surprise me. That is, yep.
So I just wanted, nobody else brought that up, and I wanted to throw that out. So that's all I got, Steve.
Yeah, I didn't get to catch Trump on the Hannity interview. I know as I was walking through the living room this past evening, Trump was speaking. I don't know if it was live or something recorded, or maybe that was actually when he was on with Hannity. Could have been. Not sure. But meanwhile, let's see what's happening with Pup this morning. Haven't heard from you in a few days. Morning, Pup.
Hey, how's it going, Steve?
Good.
Hey, you know what? Red Mule's exactly right, because that base was a big base that Russia actually put in there. And from that base right there, we could strike China, Iran, Iraq, or Russia. So he was going to keep that there. And according to that general that Mark Levin had on the other night, there was no combative troops left in Afghanistan. The only things that we had there were United States contractors, and those contractors not only helped them keep them planes in the air, but they taught them and they worked on the airplanes. And the CIA and our other intelligence was still there. That way they could keep eyes and ears open on everything. But he's exactly right. Another thing for Pappy, you might try taking, like I take the cheap Walmart brand of allergy medicine. Right now the ragweed is really high. So, but you know where that Solid Rock Church is there off of I-75?
Yeah, where you got the
Jesus
the big butter Jesus.
Yep. Usually they've got messages up there about their services and everything. Ever since last week, it's been the same message. It has the American flag behind it, and it says, "America, stand up for your medical freedom." So I kind of like that. And then when you do get a chance to look at Biden and his speech, just keep the volume down because he's worthless listening to. But look at his eyes. I swear to God, they look hollow as hell, like he has sold this country out and sold his soul to the devil. But that's all. But it was a worthless. He shouldn't have even got out there. But the one reporter, he was supposed to take 3 questions, and he had a list of every reporter that he was supposed to ask, and he went off script and picked 2. Well, one of the 2 was the last one that asked that tougher question, and that was Peter Ducey from Fox. But then on a lighter note, on the after show, Gilligan, you need to have your insurance policy ready because every damn window in this truck is cracked. and then the other day I stopped at CVS and got one of those tests. It's real easy. Yeah, all you got to do is read the directions, and you pretty much just got to pee on this stick, leave it on the counter for about 15 minutes, and if you've got it, it comes up a plus sign. If you don't, it comes up a negative sign.
It's a urine test. Is that right?
You dodo bird. That's a pregnancy test.
Well, I thought that's. I mean, what kind of test do they actually have? Is it for the instant test? Obviously, it's not the thing that's going back in. Is it a spit test? I'm wondering, or
I don't know. You should have asked Pappy that since he took them. But if it's the rapid test, I don't believe that is the stick. I think it goes off of your saliva.
That's okay.
But
I thought they might have developed something new. I didn't know, dummy.
You know me, I just yanking your chain. But no, you have a good weekend and have fun drinking your Skull Busters. This time, just stay out of the sun. It's supposed to really be hot.
Should be some good swimming weather. That's what we're hoping for. Another good swimming weekend. Someone else called the program here. It's about a week ago, I'm thinking, when we were discovering they were divulging all the munitions, the U.S. weapons that had fallen into the hands of the Taliban, and said something akin to, well, what if the Taliban goes out and finds the pilots that our forces had trained to fly those helicopters and planes and forces them into kind of an indentured servitude or threaten to kill their entire family or whatever if they don't fly them, or I guess teach them how to fly them. Yeah, whoever that was, your crystal ball was 100% correct. As the news out of India is the headline: Afghanistan crisis. U.S. weapons in the hands of Taliban. Insurgents are on the hunt for trained pilots. They're looking for the pilots. I don't know if they found one or if some of the Taliban were able to figure out. A video came out yesterday of one of the Black Hawk helicopters kind of taxiing around an airport in the Kandahar province. Never took off, never got off the ground, but they had got to the point where they had the rotors and everything spinning, and they were able to taxi this thing around. Yeah, they're looking for those pilots. And if I understand correctly, based on what we shared earlier, if we turned over a list of all those Americans and Afghans that are allowed to get out, they probably didn't specify if they were trained to do this or trained to do that, but you got to fear for those people. All right, back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Says the quick test you can buy at the local pharmacy, he said it's actually a nose swab test, but you get results in like 15 minutes. He had the Binax Now. So one box has 2 tests in it. And let's see, a simple nasal swab. So you don't have to go all the way back to the back of your brain, I'm assuming. I don't think I could do that to myself. Let's see. Hello to Truck and Phil this morning. Morning, Steve Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. A sad last Friday in August to all. God bless the service members that gave their lives to their country. Unfortunately, this is what happens when politicians play bad politics. God bless the United States of America, all her people. Anyway, coffee's up, ready to head out to Sterling Heights and flip back to Fort Wayne. General Motors' last official word is non-working weekends through the month of October. We'll see. By the way, only 120 days till Christmas. All right, Truck and Filthy always signs off with Semper Fi. I believe he's maybe a fellow Marine of yours, Knucklebuster.
Absolutely, Mr. Steve Sommers. Semper Fi, do or die there, right? Well, tonight we'll be singing Good Time by Alan Jackson and Down in Mississippi and Up to No Good by Sugar Land. That'll be two good songs to start the weekend off. I guess that guy was wanting to hear Kathy Mattea's 18 Wheels and a Dozen Roses earlier, but I can't sing that song too well. So
I found the one he was talking about. It was a different song. It was something I hadn't heard. It was actually called 18 Wheels. About a truck driver going to heaven. Yep.
All right. Yeah. Well, that song originally, the driver that song was written about, that 18 Wheels and a Dozen Roses, they died. They had to rewrite it so it would be a happier song there. So I don't know. Well, cover your ears up real quick. This is the only fair and young I can do there. Hello, Walls. How things go for you today? Don't you miss him? Since old Goofy Joe screwed up in Afghanistan and walked away. And that's all I'm going to sing of that mess. Well, y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret products. It's protective fuel and additive from your diesel and gasoline expert. Pick out box. Get your 10 to 20% discount for being a veteran, Barney, or Margaret Hot Lips Houlihan. And you can thank Mr. Chris DeBeltrick for the free shipping in the USA. 100% money back guarantee if you get the poochie lip over one of their products there. Y'all buy some Steve Sommers overnight drive, a t-shirt, baseball cap, travel mugs, and keep us all happy. Keep us going there. Have a great day, a great weekend, Mr. Steve Sommers, and we'll try to lay some baloney on you in the next 2 weeks. I can't guarantee to call in every night, but we'll try some.
I don't blame you. You'll probably be spending the evening in the hay with Mrs. Knucklebuster. I don't blame you for not laying up listening to me. I think her entertainment's probably, I think you said that before. He prefers her entertainment over listening to me. Glad to hear that. All right, down our final moments here. Starts today, right? Let me remind you one more time. A lot of racing action coming up here. Outlaw Diesel Super Series. This is heading out to the beautiful farmland of Indiana, one of the longest-running, largest diesel events in the country. As I said, gets underway today. The Shy Diesel Extravaganza, Wagler Motorsports Park, Lyons, Indiana. Some of the fastest diesels from all over the country, including the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10. Be out on the track trying to set a new world record, right? All the other Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers. Pits are open. Meet the drivers. Take a close-up look at these race vehicles. And test passes are going to get underway today. All the classes. Qualifying for all the pro classes. Final qualifying takes place on Saturday before eliminations gets underway Saturday afternoon. Don't forget, in the evening, you got the truck and tractor pulling. So you get the best of both worlds this weekend at the Shy Diesel Extravaganza. Drag racing throughout the day, the truck and tractor pools in the evening. Got the big show and shine competition, dyno competition, a huge vendor midway. That's where Kyle is. Probably getting some rest now, but getting ready in a few hours to head out there to the track. He's on site with a Hot Shot Secret vendor booth. Stop by and say hello. All right, there you go. So have a great weekend. Don't forget, we're winding down on the summer months. But for those that are going to be heading out one last trip or whatever in the RV, late summer vacation, if you're not aware, Hot Shot Secret does have a full line of products just for RVs that tackle some of the specific issues and problems found with RVs. Fuel additives, slide lubricant, oil treatments. You can find more information on all those products. HotShotSecret.com/RV. And with that, going to be interesting to see as we come back in here Sunday night into our Monday morning, what's going to be taking place with Ida. Again, if everything goes as the forecasters say, Ida could indeed be slamming into the U.S. as a formidable Category 3 or major hurricane. That is the main concern. Time frame, looks like, I'm looking at like the 2 a.m. hour Monday morning. That's the model predictions. That's obviously subject to change because it's still several days away. But most of the spaghetti models, as I mentioned earlier, in very tight agreement, coming in somewhere in south central Louisiana, heading up along the Mississippi-Louisiana line, then on up into southeastern Arkansas, then maybe up into Tennessee, as a matter of fact. And that would be, that's not what they need to hear there, especially in western Tennessee or central Tennessee where they had, the 17 inches of rain last weekend. You imagine if they get another 4, 6, 8 inches of rain there? Wow. So we'll hope for the best. Thank you so much for spending another week with us, and have a great weekend. Be safe out there. Share with your friends. Keep us on the air. Purchase your Hot Shot Secret products. Don't forget to enter the code Overnight Drive at checkout. Get 10% off your order. Thank you much. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but